He wants to be able to do all that shit, but at the same time, if somebody else should talk about it, they're the problem, he's the victim, they're using him for clout. And to that I say, no, you ass. Hi, my name is Hannah. Welcome back to my channel, Hannah Needs to Yell, and today I need to yell about James Charles needs a lot of help. And he needs to get off the internet.
Get off the internet!
As the old saying goes, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, leave. This video has been very hard to make for a few different reasons, including some personal life obstacles that have come up for me over the past few weeks, which is why it has taken so darn long to get this video made and out for you to see. We'll be covering a lot of really serious topics today, some of which are going to be triggering for a lot of people, including myself probably, as I talk about them. I'm going to try to add some moments of levity, or at least mental rest, wherever I can. But let me start right away with a big fat trigger warning, and I want you to take this seriously. Today's video will discuss allegations and examples of sexual misconduct toward adults and minors, sexual harassment, sexual assault, manipulation, catfishing, blackmail, abuse, and bullying, as well as other sensitive topics like sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. I'm going to do what I've done in past videos, and when I chapter this video, I will list the specific triggers contained within each chapter. That way, if you would like, you can watch parts of this video that are not triggering for you and skip over the parts that are. Or if a lot of these themes are just too much for you, and like, respect, I get it, then honestly, the sooner you leave this video, the better. There is no escaping those topics today. I know that we're very close to the beginning, but this is a good time for you to exit. Go in peace, my friend. In case you're new here or you're otherwise not aware, this video is part 2 of a 3-part series about why I believe James Charles needs to be deplatformed. My last video, part 1 of this series, was an analysis of James's public behavior in his public life. It was much more fun than this video is going to be, and it wasn't even that fun. But I do recommend that you give it a watch. It provides a lot of context that I am not going to be rehashing today. Do not have the time. In that prior video, we specifically focused on James's history of public scandals and the through line that I saw among them, which I call his quality of dangerous entitlement, which is his willingness to hurt others to get what he wants. In this video, part 2, we're discussing James's dangerous entitlement in his private life, meaning his dating life. And just in case somebody needs me to say it, I was not there for these various events and relationships. I am speculating from publicly available information. In my opinion, this dangerous entitlement that I just mentioned is what causes James' alleged misconduct, a boatload of which became public knowledge about a year ago in spring of 2021. Today's video will consist of 5 sections, which I will overview for you now. In part 1, we need to go over some important context. In the last video, a lot of topics came up that I said I would be addressing in this video, like James's relationship with GAGE GOMEZ and the sexual misconduct allegations from Bai's sister, and this video will definitely dive into all of that, but in order to have that conversation properly, first we need to establish some context. We need to establish a working theory of James's mindset when it comes to dating. And again, that being what I can put together based on his behavior. Establishing that mindset is important because thoughts inspire actions. James has a very different way of going about dating, and I think it's important to listen to him describe it in his own words. Once we've gotten a look inside his mind and we're working off of his words instead of just my observations, it will be a lot easier to point out the red flags. Among all of that, we're going to need to address a very disturbing but very significant story from James's past. As messed up as this story is, I really believe it had an immeasurable impact on how James sees and goes about dating. In my opinion, this story is largely overlooked and undervalued. I can only see it as an absolutely vital piece of this puzzle. So all of that is what part 1 will be about. the story that everyone is missing, and how it impacted James's mindset on dating. In part 2 and 3, after we've established James's mindset, we will pick up where we left off in the last video, the messiness of April and May of 2019. We'll go over the GAGE GOMEZ situation, the bi-sister allegations, Sam the waiter, and through it all, we'll see what patterns of behavior were inspired by James's mindset on dating, or at least the theory that we can come up with. These patterns of behavior are especially important to identify because after James got canceled for the second time in 2021, he returned with a video called An Open Conversation. He promised us a brand new James who had learned, grown, and changed since 2019, and that he would prove that to us over time. So far, since An Open Conversation came out in July of 2021, we've seen very little proof of anything going on in his private life. All that's come to light is the Murda situation, which I talked about in the last video, because that situation compelled me to make this series. Looking at what went on between James and Ricky, which we will get into in more detail in this video, it seems clear to me that James has not changed one bit since his 2021 cancellation, or even since the bi-sister scandal in 2019. But how can that be, when James promised us that
I spent 2 years, changing my behavior, changing the way that I went about dating and flirting with guys.
Well, I have a theory that it relates to those unaddressed patterns of behavior. So that's why it's important for us to identify them. Actions are reflections of the mind. If you don't change the mind, the actions will never change. Next, in part 4, we'll examine the allegations that were brought against James in spring of 2021. By now, most of you watching this video have probably already heard the many alleged victims' stories. If you haven't, I highly recommend checking out the channel Spills series on them. Their videos lay out each story very clearly, without bias, with fact-checked evidence, and they have been an invaluable resource for me on this topic. Finally, in part 5, we'll return to the story of Ricky Murda, the most recent alleged victim of James Charles. We glazed over Ricky's story briefly in the last episode, but in this episode, we're going to address it fully. As far as I can find, Ricky's story is the only story out there about James's dating life since his return in 2021. And I have a theory as to why that is, but we'll get there when we get there. That makes Ricky's story extremely significant, and probably the only way for us to see how James is acting now, and whether or not James has, in any way, delivered on his promise of showing us positive changes over time. Has he finally learned some healthy dating habits that will help him find the life partner that he's been saying that he wants? Or is he sticking to his dangerously entitled ways? God, this is gonna be a long, heavy video. Before we get into all of this, let me preface it by saying that everything stated in this video is purely my personal opinion and analysis based on allegations, so legally I cannot say that the things in this video are 1000% true. And honestly, because of how personal and sensitive these issues are with potential child victims involved, we may never know and are not entitled to find out the truth of these matters. So with all of that being said, please do not send any hate to anybody involved in these stories, including James Charles. That is not the purpose of this video. If you are upset by James's actions, I would recommend unfollow him everywhere, stop engaging with his content, maybe leave one last constructive criticism explaining why you're leaving, but that is where it ends. And of course, feel free to write your feelings in my comments section below, because you will probably find like-minded people there. Speaking of my comments section, please let me know all of your thoughts in the comments below. And again, don't hold back. This is a discussion. I am not the expert, and I would love to have the input of other people. There are certain topics we're discussing today that are just completely outside of my personal life experience. So if they're within your life experience, it would be super helpful to have your perspective on them in the comments below. If I need to make any corrections or clarifications, I will put them in a pinned comment, so definitely check that out if you see one, and maybe even come back to this video every now and then to see if it's been updated. I'll be linking my research and resources in my description, so check that out if you're interested. Finally, if you're enjoying this video, I hope that you give it a like and subscribe to my channel. You'll also want to turn on the notification bell because if you've been here for a while, you'll notice I upload pretty freaking sporadically here. Everything takes me longer than I think it's going to. I'm sorry. I do post occasional updates in my community tab, and sometimes I want to hold live streams too in the future, especially for stuff that I feel like by the time I get around to making a video about it, it's going to be no longer relevant. So keep your notifications on. I'll mention, as much as I'm going to try my best to unfortunately censor myself, I'm pretty sure this video is going to get demonetized because of the very heavy subject matter. So if you want to help support my work on this channel, my Patreon is linked below. Tiers start at just $1 per month. Many hands make light work. I don't want anyone to feel burdened by supporting me. And I want to give a huge thank you to those of you who have become patrons already. You're amazing. And you are already making a huge difference for me, so truly, thank you so much. Finally, my description for this video will also include a link to the National Network of Abortion Funds. Abortion bans have already gone into effect in several states, and in several of those states it is not only illegal, but it is being criminalized. So please, a lot of Americans are going to need immediate help to get these procedures. Even if you can give just $1, please consider donating. Many hands makes light work. If everybody who watches this video gives just $1, then just this video can have thousands of dollars of impact and help hundreds if not thousands of people who are in these tough situations. So again, check out my description for a link to the National Network of Abortion Funds. Consider giving just $1, but also make sure that you are registered to vote. Start participating in primary processes and midterm elections, not just the big election once every 4 years, and get people voted out who would take away basic human rights to bodily autonomy. Finally, I live in one of the states in the USA that is protecting these rights, if not expanding them. So if you have nowhere else to turn and you need a procedure, get in touch with me. Check out my description for contact information. All right. Is everybody ready? That's exactly how I feel right now, is how my voice just sounded. Do you have a drink? Do you have a snack? Are you cozy? Are you ready to settle in? All right, let's dive in. Part 1, the mindset. Before we start criticizing James's actions toward other men and boys, and believe me, there is plenty to criticize, I think it's important to establish some context here so that no one can say we are taking him out of context. I need to take a few minutes and show you what I can find of James discussing dating and sexuality, so that instead of hearing just my speculation, you can hear his own thoughts from his own mouth. That is the most surefire way that we have to establish his mindset when it comes to dating and sexuality, because undoubtedly, his mindset is what got him to where he is today. Now, I'm sure that a lot of you don't really care why James allegedly did the things that are alleged against him, and I understand that. But I find a lot of value in understanding the mindset of people who do immoral things, allegedly. Understanding is not approval by a long shot. If anything, we can learn from how people justify their bad habits to themselves and remember those red flags. So when we hear our friends or family talking this way, or talking to people who talk this way, we can try to guide them toward a better perspective. Let me also say, before we get into this, I am not here to hold James up as a representation of all gay men or of everyone in the LGBTQIA2+ community. If anything, my overarching point is that I believe James thinks differently from most gay men, and that he is not a good representation of gay men specifically, but the LGBTQIA2+ community as a whole. So please, do not start extrapolating and generalizing and implying that I'm implying that since James displays these behaviors, so do all these other people and groups. No. Anything that I say about James, his mindset, and his actions are only about James as an individual. Now, James has never been shy when it comes to discussing dating and sexuality. In the first few years of his social media career, he discussed these topics frequently and openly on his channel and others. These days, you won't see one of his videos titled this way, but he used to put words like relationship, single, top or bottom in his video titles pretty often. And they're still up on his channel that way now. Sometimes it was just clickbait.
Maria asked, James, tell us, top or bottom? Well, Maria, when it comes to my eyelashes, my top lashes are already pretty long, so I would definitely say that I prefer the bottom.
But mostly the titles were genuine, and that would attract fans interested in his opinions and experiences in these areas. So, when it comes to understanding the way that James sees these things, we don't have to speculate, assume, or put words in James's mouth. He says everything that we need to know. I have found quite a few videos where James talks openly and publicly on his channel about dating and sexuality. We're going to look at them in chronological order, with one exception. That isn't really an exception, but it kind of is. Basically, the first video that we need to talk about is one that was published in the middle of the timeline of the videos that I want to show you. But it tells a disturbing story from back when James was 12 years old. So while it was published later on, chronologically it happened first. This was a critical time in James's past before he started posting on social media, so that's where I want to start today. And I'm going to repeat my trigger warning here. We're about to discuss sexual misconduct against a child. Please, if you need to skip over this section, you have my blessing, go for it. Now, on May 11th, 2018, almost exactly 1 year before the bi-sister scandal, James posted a video called I Got Caught, My Coming Out Story. The whole story is about 10 minutes long, so I'm not going to show you the whole thing right here, but it's a very important piece of this puzzle, so we're going to address it as fully as we can. Basically, about 18 minutes into this video, James takes the viewer back to when he was 12 years old. He says that at that age, he was hormonal, going through puberty, and he had figured out that he was into guys and not girls. He was also a big Tumblr user at the time, and he said that Tumblr bloggers would often use Omegle to try to meet their fans. If you're not familiar with Omegle, this website is a little outdated by now, but basically it's a big online chat room where people could randomly meet strangers and chat with them. On other chat room websites, people would meet and chat in text form, but Omegle was different because you would video chat with strangers. I have no idea why this was allowed. The early internet was the Wild West, man. Anyway, James would go on Omegle to try to find Tumblr bloggers that he admired, but instead, he found something else entirely.
I quickly realized that although a lot of people on Tumblr were using the site to meet their fans and meet new friends, that a lot of people were using Omegle for different purposes. And through realizing this, I also started using Omegle for different purposes, if you get what I'm putting on the table here.
James goes on to describe how his visits to Omegle became a regular part of his daily routine.
The visits to Omegle became more and more frequent until they were literally a daily occurrence, which thinking about it now is literally so repulsive, but at the time, I'm not even gonna lie, I was definitely like addicted to it. I was 12, I was very, very hormonal, I was going through puberty, and that's why I'm telling this story now, because obviously it's a very, very serious and scary thing that I don't want any of you guys to go through, so listen up. Also as well, very, very important thing to know, I was a minor at the time. I was obviously 12 years old, but I never once ever got naked on camera. And to this day, I have still never sent a dickety-pickety. That's for personal reasons. Every single time, it would always be a guy who was above age, doing his business, and then when he would ask me to take my clothes off, I'd always be like, oh, my camera's broken, I don't know what's going on, it won't turn on. So I could avoid, obviously, taking my clothes off, which I did not want to do, and also, of course, breaking the law. So I did not break any laws, which is great, obviously, but once again, still, please do not do this, literally ever.
James basically visited Omegle almost daily, until a night that he describes his dad walked in on him, in James's words,
tickling the pickle.
The next day after school, James's parents sat him down to talk about it. They looked at his internet history, went to his Omegle profile, and saw how he had tagged himself and his interests.
On the front page, you could put an interest of the different topics that you'd want to talk about. So, for example, soccer, football, Webkins, Club Penguin at the time, or the names of 12 and 13-year-old bloggers that I was trying to find. But no, instead, right there on the front page was about a 10-word list consisting of gay, bi, men, boys, and whoop, there it was. The closet door was flung open and outran me.
This is how they found out that James was gay. But they also found out that he had this habit of going on Omegle for sexual reasons. They had a very serious talk with him about the dangers of these internet habits.
The conversation was very obviously more tailored towards, please don't do this. This is so dangerous. There are predators out there. Like, you are putting yourself at such a major risk, and we don't want to see you either get in trouble or get hurt. And I'm so thankful for that, because from that day on, I never once did it again. And I've always been so careful about that. And I've always been a very, very huge advocate for myself and my friends about online pornography and chat rooms like that.
At the end of the video, it does turn into a nice message about internet safety, which is ironic given everything that's happened with him since then. But we're not going there yet.
I think this story does have a very, very, very important message behind it of internet safety. Parents and kids, if you guys are still watching this through all of it, please be careful as to what you do online. Please do not send risky pictures to anybody via text, via Snapchat, via any app that is currently popular right now. It is so incredibly dangerous. You never know what they're doing with that picture. They could screenshot it, they could screen record, they could take a picture even with their phone, so it's on the deal, and you would never, ever, ever know until it comes back 10 years later as blackmail. You never know who's watching, you never know who's recording, you never know what people's true intentions are. There are some really, really, really crappy people out there, and please learn from my mistakes. It's dangerous, and it's very, very embarrassing if you get caught, so don't do that.
So I have a few thoughts on this story. First of all, from a video maker's point of view, it is so weird to me to watch him talk about all this with that lighthearted, frilly piano music in the background. He's nervous, he's embarrassed. Instead of being his usual self, who's very comfortable talking to the camera, he's looking down and avoiding eye contact with the camera and blushing and cringing, and he seems to be having flashbacks a lot. At the same time, the music in the back is like, doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Oh, what a beautiful day in the park. Let us take a stroll, shall we, Angeline? Oh, Roger. Yes, shall we? Like, what? Anyway, I first found out about this part of James's story when I was watching Spill's videos on his 2021 scandal.
In our previous video about James, we spoke about being desperate for love. Psychotherapist Philip Chard said desperation for a relationship could be a sign of underlying trauma, and James most likely has trauma because of his hypersexualized childhood. In May 2017, James shared with us that he used to speak inappropriately with older men when he was 12 years old.
Every single time, it would always be a guy who was above age, doing his business, and then when he would ask me to take my clothes off, I'd always be like, oh, my camera's broken.
James even admitted he became addicted to interacting with these older men. While this isn't an excuse for his behavior, it does shed some light on what he may need to figure out in the therapist's office. James claimed he has spoken to friends, family, role models in his industry, and professionals, but it's unclear if these professionals are therapists and if this was an actual session.
Like Spill says here, I don't bring up this experience to excuse James's actions, but to put them in context. To me, this feels like the missing piece of the James Charles puzzle. For years, I have been struggling to understand James Charles, which I think is why I gave him so many chances before I made critical videos about him. His behavior just did not make sense to me. And not just because I don't agree with what he does, but also because the logical side of my brain could not decipher why he was doing it and why he was not learning from it. And now that I know this story, the logical side of my brain can see that these behaviors are the effect of an original cause back when he was 12. This was his first experience learning about sexual interaction. The way that he was spoken to very well may have influenced the way that he chose to speak to other people in the future. Unfortunately, there is a common theme among abusers. They are often victims of abuse themselves. Just like I said in my big Creepshow art video when I saw evidence that Anthony might be abusive to Shannon, I think it would be patently unfair of us to overlook and undervalue the impact of this childhood trauma on James's life. Looking at this experience that James had on Omegle while he was way below the age of consent, trying to fulfill parasocial relationships and meet Tumblr bloggers he admired, but accidentally stumbling into this world of online predators and pedophiles who would use him for their gratification. Objectively, the only conclusion I can draw is that James is the victim of some sort of online sexual misconduct or sexual assault. Like, sure, in the moment, his traumatized brain may have protected him and masked it all to him as I was hormonal and exploring my sexuality. But the grown men on the other side of those Omegle chats definitely knew better. God only knows what kinds of gross, manipulative, fetishized, inappropriate, illegal words and actions that 12-year-old James was exposed to and made the victim of. It really makes me sick to think about, and it leads me to my next point. If you're about to click away from this video because I just showed James Charles 1 ounce of empathy, worry not. I have plenty of criticism coming up for adult James. But the first criticism that I have in this situation is for James's parents. And I know that James doesn't like us talking about his parents, but out of concern for James, I have to wonder, parents, after you had this conversation with James, where you sat him down and told him to stop doing this stuff on Omegle, did you send him to therapy? I know it was probably weird and uncomfortable for you to deal with what James had been doing online. Thankfully, that's what therapists are for. So, did you send James to therapy? I ask this because even though James is pretty open about his life, I cannot find a single place when he has ever mentioned going to therapy, a counselor, psychologist. And if I'm wrong, please tell me in the comments and I will happily change my tune because I really, really hope and pray that they sent him to therapy after they discovered this whole thing. But I gotta say, I've watched more James Charles than I ever wanted to watch in my whole life. And while it is absolutely possible that I missed a video or a tweet or an Instagram post where James talked about going to therapy and his mental health journey, not in this video where he actually talks about the Omegle story, nor in any other video that I watched, nor in any of his tweets that I found, did James Charles ever talk about going to therapy. He's mentioned mental health. He has not mentioned going to therapy, seeing a counselor, an appointment with a psychologist. James is pretty open about a lot of personal topics on his channel and his Twitter, so I find it hard to believe that he would hold back on just this one subject. Because of James's lack of mentioning therapy, and honestly because of his overall attitude and opinions and behavior, which in general do not scream emotionally well-adjusted to me, I am not inclined to believe that James's parents got him therapy in response to this Omegle thing. If I'm wrong, please link your source. I want to see it. I would truly love to be wrong about this suspicion of mine. I want so badly to hear that they did send him to therapy after this traumatizing experience. But if I'm right, that they did not. Holy fucking shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? You needed to send this kid to therapy when you first discovered that he had been using Omegle for these reasons. Like, you have no idea what this 12-year-old child saw on there. But you knew how dangerous it could be for him because you sat him down and told him about all those dangers. So, like, did you do anything to make sure that he had not experienced those dangers? Did you email Omegle to let them know what these grown men were doing to your child? Did you send him to therapy to make sure that he healed from this experience? And as James kept growing up and started talking in this very over-the-top, forward, overtly sexual manner that was inappropriate for his age, to be honest, did you think, hey, where did he hear that from? What? We don't talk like that. Maybe he got it from those creepy adults that he was interacting with sexually on Omegle? What else did he learn from those creeps? I truly don't understand it, and I see this a lot in my life, where young kids in the 10 to 13 range will go through really difficult shit and not be put into therapy directly afterward to handle it. And sure, Mr. and Mrs. James's parents, it's probably really uncomfortable to have this conversation with your child. You probably don't know how to have that conversation. But that's why you take him to a fucking therapist. They can have the uncomfortable talks with him and teach you how to handle it outside the therapist's office. And you can have a child who is well-adjusted and emotionally healed from this trauma. It's a real win-win, you know? Just saying. And again, I would love to be wrong. I would love to be proven wrong that he was sent to therapy and he was sent to counseling, because that's exactly what should have happened here. And God bless you if you did. You did the right thing and the bare minimum of what you needed to do as parents in response to that situation. And I am not here to say that all of their parenting of James sucked, because I don't fucking know. I don't live in their house. And there are other aspects of James that do seem very supported by his parents. His love of makeup, even though he's a boy, and the fact that he's so accepting of the fact that he's gay means that his parents were as well, and they didn't try to stifle that within him. But if my theory is correct, that they did not get him intensive therapy that he needed after they found out about this situation, then this is one specific area where I believe that James's parents thoroughly failed him. I'm also not saying that everything James is doing now is their fault. But I think it may be rooted in this stuff that was not fully properly addressed when he was a kid. Did this Omegle experience normalize for James the idea of adult men being sexual with young minors? Did it teach him that men of all types would be interested in boys, interested in experimentation, even those who said that they were straight? Again, if this stuff was never fully fleshed out and addressed, no wonder James seemed to grow up with a warped sense of what's normal in this realm of dating and sexuality. With that being said, James is an adult now, and he has been for several years. Even back when he posted this video about Omegle, he was almost 19 years old, he was moved out of his parents' house, living independently in LA, managing his own life, and making plenty of money. He has the means, the ability, and dare I say the responsibility to take himself to therapy and address this horrible stuff from his past that very well could still be affecting him to this day. When James is telling this Omegle story, I can watch him getting more and more uncomfortable and embarrassed and pained talking about it. If anything makes you feel that way, those are signs that you need to go talk to a therapist about that topic. So James, if you or anybody from your team is watching this video, I am so sorry that this stuff happened to you when you were a kid. That these gross old men took advantage of your naivety as a child and used you for their own disgusting purposes. You were exposed to things that you didn't understand, and that stuff sticks with people forever. I am certain that this impacted you more than I can ever know, and possibly more than you even know right now. So I implore you, please, get your ass to therapy. Now. Or get your ass to your couch and do Zoom therapy. Thanks to the pandemic, that is infinitely more accessible now than it used to be. However you want to do it, get to therapy. Because as we are about to discuss this awful, traumatic, unresolved stuff from your past, I believe it's being taken out on the people that you interact with. And just as it hurt you in the past, it's now hurting other people. That's not okay. And now that you are an adult, at the end of the day, it is now your responsibility to fix it for your own good and for everybody else's. This video from May of 2018 is just one example of James talking about dating and sexuality on his channel. And there are several more that we're about to go over as well. But I wanted to spend some time on this one because of how shocking it must have been for James as a child, and how it probably impacted his overall mindset on these topics since they were his very first experiences, and those firsts always tend to plant themselves the deepest into our brains. All right, let's move away from 12-year-old James and look at some more examples from his adulthood. You know what? Let's take a second. What we just talked about was really freaking stressful, so I'm going to reward you with a cat break. You deserve it. I hope this little kitten is cheering you up and making it a little easier for you to continue on with this video. Take a minute to relax, hang out with this little bundle of sunshine, maybe get some water, take a breath, and come on back. All right. Time for the adult examples of James talking about dating and sexuality, and we can see his adult mindset on those topics. Again, I'll say none of this is an excuse for James's behavior, but it does provide important context. By understanding James a little better, we understand his actions and this whole situation a little better as well. In March of 2018, a couple months before the video where James posted about his Omegle story, he posted a collab video with Shane Dawson and Ryland Adams. The same video from the last episode where James explains his petty reasons for thinking that Ariana Grande is rude.
And I sent back like a very like strong worded message to you, and I was like, you have 100 million fans. It's really disappointing that you would like stoop to the level of listening to people bullying me just to like appease them, but okay.
In other parts of that same video, they ended up talking about boys and dating because, of course, Shane Dawson cannot stop digging for drama.
How does somebody like you date?
I don't. I never had a boyfriend.
Really?
Yeah, so sad.
You're working too much.
Yeah, I just hook up with straight guys on the DL.
Where do you find them?
Social media. My Tinder keeps getting deleted because they always report me for being a catfish, so I gave up on that. So the only app I like still check every once in a while is Bumble.
Wait, let's go to your Instagram DMs. Ooh, this is fun. They'll love this tea. This is a lot of guys. Oh my god.
How many of them are straight?
Probably none.
Your phone is lacking tea, and I'm dehydrated. Wait, but you like being punched, or you like the idea of being punched? in
No,
the
it's
face.
just a joke for Instagram.
What?
I would
I don't
not want to
get
be
it.
punched. Okay. It's when you like post a picture like a car, I'll be like, oh, run me over, daddy.
So then what? Do they reply? Do they slide in? What do we do?
No, then we just wait patiently and stay lonely.
That's a quote. What's more important to you? A six-pack or a good brain?
A good brain, 1,000,000%.
What if he has a weird birthmark on his stomach?
That's fine.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
So physically, you're not like the typical like, oh, I only want a six-pack type of guy.
Well, I mean, looks are not everything to me. I'd much rather have somebody with a really good personality, but like looks definitely help. I obviously am like very gay. So like I need someone to like balance me out in that sense. So that's why like I think I go for really, really masculine guys. Typically that would be like down for stuff on the DL.
Let's talk about deal breakers.
Okay.
Only calls you sister.
1,000,000%.
You want that?
No, done, no.
Okay. I was like, is that dark?
Every time somebody messages me on a dating app and says, hi, sister, I instantly delete and block them. I want someone that I can come home to and talk about something completely different. Like, I want to say, like, how's your day? And have it be nothing like mine.
Right.
I could never date somebody that's, like, similar to me in any way, shape, or form.
What's like the ideal first date for you?
A nice dinner, an escape room, a movie, and, like, cuddling after.
I'm gonna cry.
Why?
That's so sweet. What do you do like at night? Are you alone?
Yeah, usually.
And are you just like cuddling your pillows pretending it's a person?
No, I'm usually passed out from working all day. If you could give me one piece of advice you think that would help to find me a man, what would it be?
I don't think you should have a problem. I think you're confident. I think you're talented. I think
You're successful, you're young.
Yeah, you're attractive. You know how to dress yourself. If anything, you're just looking in the wrong places. Like maybe stop looking at the straight guys.
In April of 2018, James and his brother Ian did an episode of their brother and sister series called Brother and Sister on Relationships.
I feel like relationships for me are a very like weird topic to discuss, being that like you have to find someone that you like want to hang out with and be your best friend, but also like,
It's because you only try and talk to straight boys.
well, you got me there. When it comes to relationship, like opposites are supposed to attract, right? And I'm very gay. So like if I'm in a relationship with somebody, I need someone to like balance me out, right? So that's why I always go for like very masculine, muscular type men. And normally those are like the straights. It's also a fun challenge. Like if you know me, you know that I definitely love a good competition. And for me, getting with a straight guy is like winning. And a sister loves winning.
It's a shorter video, around 11 minutes, and the last 8 minutes of it, from 3 minutes until the end, is all about this one story. James messaged a straight guy who answered back immediately about how he has a girlfriend who is a fan of James. They kept talking, and James thinks that they're just being friends. They talk about how this guy wants to be a model. James asks him to send modeling pictures and responds by critiquing his modeling photos. The straight boy then starts hitting on James, which James says he was surprised by. Dude says he would love to fly to California, take James on a date, and then try stuff after. And James responds, "But don't you have a girlfriend?" Dude says, "Yeah, but she's a real big fan, so she won't care." The conversation between James and this dude gets more PG-13, rated R, rated X. FaceTime happened, things happened, and it was way too graphic of a story for James to tell his child audience, in my humble opinion. Then this guy pretty much ghosts James for like 2 months and unfollows him on Instagram. Meanwhile, James had caught feelings, so he eventually texted Dude to try to get a little closure, either for him to say an official goodbye or admit, yeah, I actually am interested in you. Instead, the guy sends a very rude and salty reply. So, James is like, "Oh, you played with the wrong girl," or something like that. He DMs the dude's girlfriend, asks her to FaceTime him, tells her the whole story to get it off his chest, but also to get some revenge. and finds out through that she was not aware of what had happened between James and her boyfriend, and while she was a fan, she was not okay with her boyfriend sexting James. The girlfriend says that she'll confront the dude, and about a half hour later, James starts getting absolutely vicious texts from the dude full of slurs, calling James a psycho and saying that he had made up their whole interaction. So, that's the story, and in and of itself, whatever, it's a thing that happened. But the moral that James gets from it is what's worth noting here.
I think that this does have a really good message behind it that a lot of people tend to forget when they're in relationships. Sexuality is obviously a very, very hard and uncomfortable topic for a lot of people to deal with. I'm very lucky to have an amazing support system in my family, but for people like this boy that I'm talking about, it sometimes becomes a situation where you're in the closet or you're in denial, and even though we had a really great time on FaceTime that one night doing all that stuff, he turned his confusion into literal targeted homophobia towards me in exchange for helping him, which not only put me in a really horrible situation, his beautiful girlfriend, who I spoke to and that I can tell is a really, really genuine and kind person, is in an absolutely toxic relationship that she has absolutely no idea about and is clearly delusional over. And the boy is gonna have to live with this in the back of his mind for the rest of his life, that not only did he cheat on his girlfriend, but he also really messed with me.
Might be good.
Let's move ahead to the following year. In February 2019, James published this video called Why I'll Be Single Forever, which contains 2 moments of note. One, he opens the whole thing with a big old joke about how he likes straight boys, so he'll always be single.
I've been single for about 19 years now, and at this point, I'm really having trouble figuring out why. I mean, I like to think I'm pretty good looking, I'm funny every once in a while, have a beautiful house, steady income, lovely family, lots of Instagram followers, that's a fun plus too. I mean, I can really only think of one issue that may get in the way, and that's that I'm a boy and all the boys that I'm interested in are straight. But that can't be it, right?
This video also contains confirmation of something that I just want to remind my viewers of. James knows that these videos on his channel that contain these conversations are posted for a fan base of mostly children. Because in this video, he gives this disclaimer.
I'm just gonna take a really insanely sharp pair of scissors. Please be careful and use your parents' permission if you, for some reason, are recreating this look.
And in the video with the Omegle story, he gives this disclaimer.
Disclaimer before starting the story to my younger audience out there, especially parents if you're watching with your children. This story is not exactly the most PG. You guys know I have a very, very family-friendly channel. I will do my best to kind of mute out certain words and tell the story in the best way possible. It does, however, have a very, very important message behind it, so choose at your own will. I'm telling you right now, this may be inappropriate.
Now, I have nothing against raising kids in a sex-positive way, but it's different when a parent has these talks with their own children, or when teachers with education degrees discuss it in a learning-focused environment in an age-appropriate way. I trust that learning process a lot more than I trust the idea of a makeup influencer sharing his own personal beliefs and experiences with these subjects with a child audience that is young enough that they need to talk to their parents to ask for permission to use scissors. You know, especially since he very casually includes these very graphic descriptions.
Him saying, oh, I feel like you'd give a very good... if you know where I'm going with that. So I was like, yes, I do, but why are you asking? And he's like, oh, I would totally let you.
It's just kind of a lot for a child audience. One of the most significant discussions on his own channel was from April 12th of 2019, James's collab video with Jeff Wittick from the Vlog Squad, or he used to be. I don't think he is anymore.
As you guys can see, I have a very, very special guest for today's brand new video.
Man.
Forced us into a relationship and now we're here for this video today.
Yeah, James, clear this up first. Jeff is a straight man.
This is true, Jeff is a straight man.
We're good friends now.
Daddy Jeff is here and we're teaming up.
I learned in the video, your first one, you rubbed some primer on.
Yes?
Do I rub that on your face?
Yes, please. Please touch me all over.
Just 2 dudes doing each other's makeup?
Uh-huh. You were the one that in the last video requested lotion for a full body massage.
Okay, you're right, I did.
You
I
did.
I got a dry sense of humor. This is like paint.
It is. You're an artiste today. Paint you like a French girl. Should we read through our DMs?
I mean, yeah.
I said I hate putting hot guys in makeup.
Yeah.
Which is true. Then you said, favorite line, here we go. LOL, I probably wouldn't like it, but I'll try anything once. Haha, almost everything.
Almost.
And I said, oh wow, I love that message. I love trying lots of things. One of my favorite pastimes is trying new things.
Have you ever hooked up with a girl?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like made out. Have you ever hooked up with a guy before?
No.
You should try it sometime.
No, I can't.
They had a discussion about sexual orientation and experimentation.
You told me that you have turned out straight guys. Elaborate on that. You are a famous celebrity, and you do live
Thanks, Jeff.
in Hollywood.
Yes.
Where there is a lot of guys that will be clout chasers is the new term
Yeah.
that we're using. So you think it was somebody that was maybe looking for something in return from you?
Do you want
is
my
a
honest
possibility?
answer?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's talk about it. In science, in regards to like LGBTQ people, there's what's called the Kinsey scale. So the Kinsey scale is from like 0 to 6, 0 being like completely straight,
Yeah.
and 6 being like completely gay.
Okay.
And I truly believe that the amount of people that are a flat out 0 or a flat out 6 is like very, very small. I think that most people are very close to the ends, but there's a huge percentage in the middle too. If I had to put myself on it, I would put myself at like a 5.5.
So you're not even full gay.
Especially living in LA where everybody's like a lot more open-minded, I think that honestly like majority of guys are like wanting to experiment.
I used to hear rumors like that all the time about like big celebrities. Like growing up, everybody was like,
all the time.
What? Really? My group of friends growing up, everybody was going for that same like tough guy,
Yeah.
straight guy image, and I didn't have any gay friends. So it wasn't until I moved out that like I finally started meeting gay guys and working with them in like barbershops or salons,
Right.
and just like really having a relationship.
For me, for example, like I am a guy, I identify as a guy, but I still call myself a woman all the time, like
Yeah.
as a joke and stuff, but like I do drag every once in a while, I have full nails, I have hair on occasionally.
Yeah.
So it's like for a lot of people, like they'll see me as someone who's just pretty, as opposed to being like a man, which is fine. Like that's how I like to see myself as too, it's just someone who's like a pretty human
Person.
being. Yeah. So like a lot of people are willing to look past that and experiment and see like if they'd be into it, just because it's something that they've either always wondered or they're into me as a person. And I think that's super, super cool. And unfortunately that a lot of times leads to a hookup or like making out or hanging out, and then the next day they're like regretting it, never talking to me again. Or there's internalized homophobia that has been built up so long that led to them wanting to experiment in the first place, but then once they do it, they're like, ew, gross, and then I'll start getting all sorts of death threats and angry messages from them the next day.
After you guys hooked up.
After. Or
Oh,
it'll be like a repetitive thing where it's like, hey, let's keep doing this on the DL. I truly do feel like there's like a spectrum and everybody falls on it at some point, and like especially right now too, like in the world, I feel like there's a major emphasis on like labels. And for me personally, like I do think labels are really, really important because it obviously spreads awareness. People can be educated, and also like young kids that don't feel welcome can be a part of something and can label themselves. But at the same time too, I also think like putting a label on something, especially as serious as sexuality, before you're fully understanding what it is, can be really, really toxic.
I'm picturing the memes that are gonna be made from the Zoom in to me. Like, what am I thinking in my head right
Taking
now?
it all in.
I'm taking it in.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
James also talks a bit about his ideas of sexuality and dating in No More Lies, which was his response video to Tati's bi sister.
When it comes to experiences that I've learned from in the past, a lot of times I've talked about being into straight guys. Now, this conversation is something that has upset and also confused quite a lot of people. So in order to provide a little bit more context, I would like to play a clip from Tati's friend Jeffree Star's video titled The Truth About My Relationship.
I was single for a long time, and the reason why is because I am really not attracted to anyone but what we call in this world as a straight male or a normal dude. So, you know, from just traveling everywhere and meeting dudes all the time and being around that world for so long, I really kind of fell into a trap of always being someone that was kept like the secret. And when you are someone like me who is, you know, I get asked all the time, even every day on my channel, you guys, I get comments, are you a guy? Are you a girl? Are you transgender? Are you trying to transition? What are you? Being someone that is like me, that is a guy that looks like a woman. I've always been into straight men, and the problem with that my entire life is I never found real love, because straight men behind closed doors, they love people like me, they love hooking up, they love having fun, they love the relationship as long as other people don't know.
I really like this clip from Jeffrey's video because not only is everything in it very accurate, but I honestly feel like he did a great job of explaining a topic that is very confusing and complex and that not a lot of people understand. Yes, as a gay man, I am attracted to men.
As you can probably imagine, I have plenty of thoughts about this video from James Charles, but I'm going to save them for the next episode of this series. That's right, this is not the final episode. There's so much to discuss here. When I'm going to be specifically going over the various comeback videos and apology videos that James has published. After things had cooled off from Bye Sister, James, in January of 2020, James posted this TikTok and started a TikTok bachelor competition to try to find himself a man on TikTok.
Hi, James here. I can't believe I'm making this video right now, but I feel like this can't hurt and I don't think it'll turn into a scandal either, so I guess here goes nothing. I made one major observation after downloading TikTok a few weeks ago, and that is that this app is pretty much a dating app. Let's be real. Everyone on here is either in a very cute relationship or is painfully single, and unfortunately for me, I fall into that second group of people. Surprise, surprise. In 2020, however, I'm trying to change that. Okay, I'm trying to put myself out there a little bit more, and I want to get wiped up. So I want to play TikTok Bachelor. My name is James Charles. I'm 20 years old and I am 5'10". I live in Los Angeles, California, and I am a beauty YouTuber. So sometimes I look pretty, and when I don't look pretty, I have a pretty fun personality to make up for it. I'm a very hard worker, but in my free time, I like horror movies, escape rooms, singing with friends, eating at new restaurants, and also I have fun nails for back scratching and cuddling. If those things are of interest of you and you are a male, leave me a comment down below, or I guess duet this video. Oh my god, what have I done?
Now, James certainly may have talked about dating and sexuality in other places on his channel, but these were the most obvious videos where the topic was mentioned in the video title. These videos are therefore the most important ones to me, because if his audience was curious to find out his thoughts on these topics, they would turn to the videos that mention the topics in the title. Also, all of these videos that I just showed you are still up on James's channel, which astounds me. But quite notably, James didn't just discuss his dating ideas on his own channel. He also shared them on other people's platforms. So let's take a look at some of those. These clips are from a video that was published on Tanamojo's channel in March of 2019, and which is still public as of filming.
We're about to start filming and James goes, should I put on a wig to Snapchat that guy? And it's literally choosing a wig.
Should I be a blonde or a brunette right now?
I think blonde. Blondes have more fun.
That's so true, Tana.
Guys, I've spent the last few hours millionaire matchmaking, and I'm just really trying to get James and Jeff to be together, and it's like a lot harder than you would think.
Yeah, typically it doesn't really work out when someone's straight.
As you're putting on a wig to Snapchat a straight guy. Your hair is literally so much nicer than mine. The fucking like kitty bitch filter too.
Ooh. That's
It's good.
everything.
No, it's good.
I'm so professional.
I like the little ear tuck. It says virgin.
Yeah. Oh, bitch, that's it.
Bitch.
I'm so pretty.
You're such a good girl.
I know.
The amount of like straights in your Snapchat best friends is insane.
About a month later, this gem went up on Nikita Dragon's channel, and again, still remains public to this day. This video is absolutely packed with James' ideas about dating and sexuality. For time's sake, I'm going to highlight certain particularly relevant parts, but you might want to watch the full thing for full context, to be honest.
So pretty much James and I have come to the realization that we are boy crazy.
Oh, yes. We also have very similar
Taste.
tasting guys, too.
Hot.
Masculine.
Straight.
I never got to experience dating in high
Rev.
school at all. Whereas most
Kiss
other
behind
kids
the
in high
bleachers.
school got the kiss behind the bleachers, got
Prom,
the locker room,
homecoming.
prom, homecoming, the full moment, and we never got to experience
Same,
that.
never.
So I feel like that's part of the reason why too now we're like so eager to experiment, to try things out, to get with people, to meet new people, or to get into a relationship, because it's something we've never
experienced. If a guy was attracted to you, and most of them literally have only ever been with girls,
Yes.
would you consider him
No.
gay?
So
I wouldn't either.
but I don't think there's a point in putting labels on it.
Neither.
Like, I really don't think there's that much of a point in it, especially if it's like...
Neither do I.
I just watched this in my video with Jeff. I truly believe that there's the scale. I mean, it's the Kinsey scale. We all know about this. From 0 to 6, your level of straight to perfectly gay. And I really do believe that the amount of people on either end is very small.
It's very.
It's very, very small, because most people at some point in their lives, whether it's if in the right circumstances with the right person under the influence of either drugs or alcohol, are going to be willing to experiment and play with themselves and be more comfortable. And that's totally okay. Yes, labels are important because they spread awareness, they help kids feel a part of something bigger, you're able to be educated on it. But at the same time, I don't think there's a point in putting on a label, especially if it's like a one-time thing.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Like for me or for you, especially too, with these straight guys who've only been with women, like I don't think there's a point in changing the entire person's
Neither do
identity
I.
or sexuality as if they find us as a human being attractive.
As we all know, on May 10th, 2019, Tati Westbrook published By Sister. While that video contains a lot of discussion about James's dating and sexuality, I don't want to quote that video too much because it's Tati speaking about James rather than James speaking about himself, which is the purpose of this whole list. However, I do want to insert just this one clip because it is Tati quoting James directly.
James even then was saying to his dad that every man is a little bit gay and that there's no such thing as a straight man.
On May 11th, 2019, the day after By Sister went live, a video was published that contains this clip.
I want a boy who is straight.
Love that for you. That's easy.
It's easier than you would think.
True.
In July of 2020, James had his infamous impulsive interview with Logan Paul and Entourage. This was over a year after the By Sister scandal, during the 2-year time period that James supposedly spent working on himself and,
changing my behavior, changing the way that I went about dating and flirting with guys.
So let's see how that's going.
I'm not physically attracted to older guys, which sucks. Like, I would date, like, the absolute youngest, like, 18, 19 that looks a little bit older, or, like, 24 that, like, has a young personality.
Okay.
A lot of times, straight guys will still DM me to this day and, like, be into it. And, like, sure, it's a fun hookup, like, never opposed, but, like, that never turns into anything real because they're not comfortable enough with themselves to be with an actual guy. I want a partner, but, like, it's really hard to find that person. And especially because I'm so young, too, like, a lot of people just aren't ready for that type of commitment yet. I've talked to guys that live in different states and stuff, and I'm like, hey, like, why don't you come visit? And like, well, I can't afford a plane ticket. And it's like, okay, well, I can. So like, get on the plane. And like, well, I just don't really feel comfortable with that. But like, I love you and I really want to be together. And I'm like, well, we can't be together because you can't afford a plane ticket. You're probably still in either high school or college, like a senior in high school or in college.
Right.
So like, either you accept the flight and realize that like, this is what I'm bringing to the relationship so we can spend time together if you actually care about me. Or we literally never meet because you can't afford it.
That's frustrating. That's right. So it's a leap for them. It has to be. I've met a lot of people who are afraid to take that leap.
For sure. And it's a very fair fear as well. I think 1,000,000%, like, I would never want to invalidate that. Like, I mean, it is obviously very, very scary, but at the same time, it's like, if you care about somebody, everybody has to make sacrifices. And those sacrifices, just like the things that just like the puzzle pieces, the sacrifices come in different forms too. So if it's like, if I'm sacrificing my time, which makes me a lot of money when I'm focusing my time on, my business, if I'm sacrificing my time to spend time with somebody that I care about, like, I need you to sacrifice the ego of getting on a flight that somebody else paid for so we can hang out. I'm not into feminine guys, like, at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Is that the normal way of things being? Is it usually?
Unfortunately, there are being into mask guys is a very huge thing in the gay community. There's not a lot of, unfortunately, like, there is definitely a stigma against like feminine guys. There's a thing called mask for mask, where like a lot of the like hot muscle daddies also want hot muscle daddies. So a lot of times like the feminine ones
Get like singled out.
To get singled out, and a lot of the feminine ones. See, I'm speaking in most, but obviously this doesn't represent everybody. But like a lot of feminine guys also want a masculine guy. For like me, for example, like I need someone that balances me out. Being on dating apps, especially like with gay people as well, like it's 90% of the messages to me are like, hi sister, and that's like an instant on
Why? You won't date a fan?
No. I think my biggest thing is like, I've been through a lot of shit with relationships, and unfortunately a lot of it has ended up online, especially after last year's situation. So although I would love to find true love, I would never want to do that in like a public,
in public,
way.
yeah.
Like
No.
if I ever do get in a relationship, which hopefully, you know, ends up happening sometime whenever I'm not looking, I would want to be with that person in private for quite a while before ever making that, you know, public, just to ensure that like things were actually real.
So are people trying to get you still? I've seen some TikToks about dudes baiting you.
Every once in a while. Yeah, but I feel like now it doesn't work anymore because all the comments like, you're so fucking stupid. Like every time that people
it's
do
also
it,
just like,
it's pathetic.
it's fucked up. It's
so stupid.
Finally, on November 10th of 2020, James went on Zane and Heath Unfiltered in an episode titled Opening Up About James Charles Relationships. This is the most recent public video I could find, besides apology videos, where James is talking about dating and sexuality. Notably, this is just 3 to 4 months before the 2021 allegations started coming out. So these are his most developed, learnt, and grown opinions since the 2019 cancellation.
I feel like I have a pretty good sense of character, except when it comes to guys.
What do you see as like a red flag that you're like instantly like, absolutely not?
I could give you like 50 of them. Like I'm on Tinder, for example. It's like one instantly is if someone says hi sister, instant unmatch. I trust easily. Like I said, like I have a good head on my shoulders when it comes to like a really hot guy. Sometimes it like the intuition goes out the window a little bit.
Yeah.
It really would be very easy for a hot guy to just walk in and just like sweep me off my fucking feet and just ruin my entire life. And everyone's too fucking stupid to do it. Everyone's so dumb. I'm a very, very busy person, obviously, but I always make time and I'm able to put aside time for friends and family or making FaceTime calls or like getting together in person or making plans and stuff. And there's just been so many guys that I've, you know, been talking to or stuff where I know they're just like in school, not doing much, like not taking life seriously, like skipping days at work, but they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm too busy to hang out. Or like, oh, I can't FaceTime. I'm like, I'm just really tired. I'm like, you're so stupid. Like, how are you going to tell me that you're too busy?
Have you ever been in love?
Or thought you were in love?
Yes. I've definitely thought that I was in love. There's one guy that I was talking to for quite a while now that I still text every once in a while that I have like I just felt a certain specific connection with him that I've really never felt with anybody else. And it did not work out, but we still talk. He's like straight, but not into me is the problem. He's so nice. We got along amazingly. Like, could not be any better. And of course, like in his head from the beginning, he was straight and just wanted to be friends.
Right.
My dumbass caught feelings. So he's just like, well, why
can't help that.
Why can't we just? He's like, I just want to be friends.
Did
Like,
you admit to him?
Oh yeah, he's fully aware.
So, that sure was a whole lot of clips we just watched. Now, there's a whole lot to unpack in all of these videos, and honestly, even more frustrating, rant-worthy things that he said outside of these comments about dating and sexuality. As much as I could spend a whole video commenting on just the clips I just showed you, I have to stay on topic. I need to stay focused on the main point. So, for the sake of time, I'm going to leave most of the points in these clips for you all, my audience, my fellow meticulous bitches, to discuss in the comments. Tear it apart, rip it to shreds. That way I can stay focused on the main point that I want to make today. And by the way, thank you to my patrons for helping me flesh out and analyze this topic and providing your incredibly valuable perspectives so that I can handle this with more understanding and knowledge than I ever could have on my own. In my opinion, there is a common thread, a root issue underlying what James says in all of these various clips. In my opinion, at his core, when it comes to dating and sexuality, James Charles is dangerously entitled. Anticlimactic, right? If you saw my previous video, that should come as no surprise to you. After all, I said that this video would be all about showing you how James's dangerous entitlement plays out in his private dating life. But I want to get more specific than just calling him dangerously entitled, which we defined as a willingness to hurt others to get what you want. That may be his mindset, but a mindset is not much until it is acted upon. And the consistent action that I can see described in the clips we just played is James disrespecting other people's boundaries. So let's put this all together. In my opinion, when James is interested in someone, he wants them to be just as comfortable with the idea of dating him as he is with the idea of dating them. Upon finding out that maybe they're not comfortable with that, he seems willing to push and prod them over time, project his own boundaries onto them, pressure and manipulate them, even hurt them by crossing their boundaries to get what he wants. This is the way that James Charles's dangerous entitlement plays out in his dating life. Allegedly, in my opinion, but also based on the examples I'm about to go over. I know I'm making a bold statement here, so let me just explain. One of my biggest issues that I've had with James during his career, and I'm not the only one who has had an issue about this, is his self-proclaimed affinity towards straight men, even though he himself is openly gay. He has posted about loving straight men, and he talks about his love of straight men several times in the clips that we just watched. In 2019, he addressed this in No More Lies by apologizing and saying he would no longer message guys with overly forward compliments.
Yes, as a gay man, I am attracted to men. And in the past, whenever I have found a guy cute on Instagram or on social media, I have slid in the DMs with a simple hello or a nice compliment. If anybody ever made it clear that they were not interested or were not gay and didn't want to talk, I always apologized for the unwanted attention, and the conversation was put to a halt immediately. I do take full responsibility for sending these messages, and this situation has definitely taught me that sending messages that are so forward and direct like this are unacceptable, and I no longer will do that moving forward. A few different guys that I've talked to in the past have since came forward with their stories or posted screenshots of conversations that I had with them saying that I made them feel uncomfortable, and reading some of them, I honestly felt really, really bad. I reached out to all the boys directly and apologized to them for my actions.
But then in 2021, he said in an open conversation that all these references to straight guys were just jokes.
I recognize that this is my own fault. I wish more than anything I could go back in time and stop myself from making all those jokes about straight guys years ago.
So which is it, Jimmy? Were they sincere comments you need to repent of, or just silly little jokes so we shouldn't take too seriously? It's kind of hard to tell how you meant these things, but either way, you said them. So even if they are quote-unquote jokes, I believe that they are something to be taken seriously and that they are reflective of his true opinion. And by the way, I think when he says straight, I think he really just means masculine, manly men, traditional, muscle-y guys who absolutely could be gay or bisexual or pansexual, but he does use the word straight a lot for someone who is not specifically into straight guys.
I'm a boy, and all the boys that I'm interested in are straight.
When it comes to a relationship, like opposites are supposed to attract, right? And I'm very gay. So like if I'm in a relationship with somebody, I need someone to like balance me out, right? So that's why I always go for like very masculine, muscular type men, and normally those are like the straights.
Also have very similar
taste.
Guys too.
Hot.
Masculine.
Straight.
In one of the clips that we just watched, James mentions his frustration with labels and how he thinks that they're pointless.
A guy was attracted to you, and most of them literally have only ever been with girls.
Yes.
Would you consider him
No.
gay?
Like there's no point in like putting a label on anything. Yes, labels are important because they spread awareness, they help kids feel a part of something bigger, you're able to be educated on it. But at the same time, I don't think there's a point in putting on a label, especially if it's like a one-time thing.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Like for me or for you, especially too, with these straight guys who've only been with women, like I don't think there's a point in changing the entire person's
Neither do
identity
I.
or sexuality as if they find us as a human being attractive.
In response to what he's saying here, I would like to offer this rebuttal. The titles of different sexual orientations or gender identities or types of relationships are not just 21st century SJW woke culture labels. Instead, they are a type of personal boundaries. Life is full of boundaries. The ones that we set for ourselves and those set for us by people and entities. Boundaries are a very good thing, just like morals and ethics, customs and traditions, rules and laws. Someone's personal boundaries provide them with safety, security, and consistency in an overwhelming, ever-changing world. These labels that frustrate James so much function as boundaries because they very quickly communicate a lot of vital information in just one or two words. For example, when I say I'm straight, it is a quick, easy way for me to draw a line in the sand and say that I, as a woman, am only sexually and romantically attracted to men. The same thing happens when somebody says that they're gay, lesbian, bisexual, pansexual, asexual, aromantic. Labeling yourself with one of these words is just a quick, easy way to communicate what you're interested in and comfortable with, and by proxy, what you're not interested in or comfortable with. Surely James has his own boundaries, and in an ideal world, he would be respectful and supportive of other people's boundaries as well. As far as I'm concerned, a boundary should only be moved by the person who set that boundary, and never from anyone outside that boundary. Uninvited attempts to convince others to move or remove their boundaries are inherently disrespectful, manipulative, and cause for all of the feelings that boundaries are meant to protect us from: anxiety, confusion, fear, doubt, even existential crises at times. However, throughout the video clips that I just showed you, it sounds to me like James is describing himself as doing just that: disrespecting and pushing other people's boundaries. He doesn't do this for the benefit of the other person. It's not done at the request of a curious heart who wants to open their mind and experiment with their sexuality and gender. No. Instead, it seems to me that upon learning that a person he likes has different boundaries than his own, James ignores and disrespects their boundaries, choosing instead to persistently poke and prod and coax and convince and pressure the person to move theirs for the sole purpose of getting what he wants. Allegedly, in my opinion. And I'm back to making bold statements, so allow me to highlight some clips where James expresses this sentiment.
I need someone to like balance me out, right? So that's why I always go for like very masculine, muscular type men, and normally those are like the straights. It's also a fun challenge. Like if you know me, you know that I definitely love a good competition, and for me, getting with a straight guy is like winning.
Jeff is a straight man.
This is true. Jeff is a straight man.
We're good friends now.
Yes. Daddy Jeff is here, and we're teaming up because Jeff is going to do my makeup.
You just rub this on?
Yeah, please touch
right.
me all over.
Okay. Oh, you flirted with him in that video. I know how you flirt. You used to flirt with me.
You did flirt with me in that video.
I'm just being sarcastic, though.
No.
I mean, like, yeah, I'm being nice and like I'm like joking around, but I don't want to mess with anybody's heads here, you know?
This is true. What are 3 qualities that you would look for in a long-term relationship?
That's a good question. You gotta have a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
That's the most important.
You tell me I'm funny to every single DM I send you.
Yeah, okay, second one, you have to be a woman because
I am a woman. Have you ever hooked up with a guy before?
No.
You should try it sometime.
No, I can't.
He then started to begin putting a little bit of pressure on me, of getting to know me, like disregarding the fact that I told him I was straight.
The guys that live in different states and stuff, and I'm like, hey, like, why don't you come visit? And like, well, I can't afford a plane ticket. Yep. And it's like, okay, well, I can. So like, get on the plane. And like, well, I just don't really feel comfortable with that. But like, I love you and I really want to be together. And I'm like, well, we can't be together because you can't afford a plane ticket. You're probably still in either high school or college, like a senior in high school or in college.
Right.
So like, either you accept the flight and realize that like, this is what I'm bringing to the relationship so we can spend time together if you actually care about me. Yep. Or we literally never meet because you can't afford it.
Well, it's a leap for them. It has to be. I've met a lot of people who are afraid to take that leap.
For sure. And it's a very fair fear as well. Yeah. I think 1,000,000%, like I would never want to invalidate that. Like I mean, it is obviously very, very scary. But at the same time, it's like if you care about somebody, everybody has to make sacrifices. And those sacrifices, just like the things that just like the puzzle pieces, the sacrifices come in different forms too. So it's like if I'm sacrificing my time, which makes me a lot of money when I'm focusing my time on, you know, my business. If I'm sacrificing my time to spend time with somebody that I care about, like I need you to sacrifice the ego of getting on a flight that somebody else paid for so we can hang out.
Let me talk about this impulsive one for like just a second. James is basically saying here that crossing a boundary of comfort and safety is a sacrifice to make a relationship work. So much trust is required to do that. And James pushing someone to make them come visit when they're scared isn't helping to build that trust. What if when this boy flies out to meet James in LA, it does not go great and there's no spark? People are unpredictable and he has no idea what James, a person he's only met online, would do. What if James bitches him out and leaves him stranded in LA with no way home and no money for a plane ticket? James can make all the promises in the world, but until that moment comes, does he even know what he would do? The ability to take these risks, because it is a risk to fly out to meet someone that you've never met in person, a stranger to you, who you have only spoken to online a few times, and who, honestly, could even be an impersonator for all they know. The ability to take these risks relies on a certain financial privilege that James just is not acknowledging here. He does not seem to see how he is asking a lot to fly somebody out who does not potentially have enough money to fly themselves home should something go wrong. That's a huge risk. James, come on. Anyway, I can see James justifying his boundary-pushing mindset based on how he interprets the Kinsey scale.
You told me that you have turned out straight guys. Elaborate on that.
In science, in regards to like LGBTQ people, there's what's called the Kinsey scale. So the Kinsey scale is from like 0 to 6, 0 being like completely straight, and 6 being like completely gay.
Okay.
And I truly believe that the amount of people that are a flat out 0 or a flat out 6 is like very, very small. I think that most people are very close to the ends, but there's a huge percentage in the middle too. Especially living in LA where everybody's like a lot more open-minded, I think that honestly, like majority of guys are like wanting to experiment. For me, for example, like I am a guy, identify as a guy, but I still call myself a woman all the time, like, as a joke and stuff. But like I do drag every once in a while. I have full nails. I have hair on occasionally.
Yeah.
So it's like for a lot of people, like they'll see me as someone who's just pretty, as opposed to being like a man, which is fine. Like that's how I like to see myself as too. It's just someone who's like a pretty human
person.
being. Yeah. So like a lot of people are willing to look past that and experiment and see like if they'd be into it just because it's something that they've either always wondered or they're into me as a person. And I think that's super, super cool. And unfortunately that a lot of times leads to a hookup or like making out or hanging out, and then the next day they're like regretting it, never talking to me again. Or there's internalized homophobia that has been built up so long that led to them wanting to experiment in the first place, but then once they do it, they're like, ew, gross, and then I'll start getting all sorts of death threats and angry messages from them the next day.
After you guys hook up.
After. I truly do feel like there's like a spectrum and everybody falls on it at some point, and like especially right now too, like in the world, I feel like there's a major emphasis on like labels. And for me personally, like I do think labels are really, really important because it obviously spreads awareness, people can be educated, but at the same time too, I also think like putting a label on something, especially as serious as sexuality, before you're fully understanding what it is can be really, really toxic. You should be able to experiment and like test out different things and talk to different people as like long as there's some sort of attraction there, whether it be to their personality, to their image, even to them sexually too, and like it doesn't necessarily need to be something that you have to put a label on.
This is one of those things that I talked to my patrons about because, again, I'm straight and I just don't have experience with this. The general consensus among at least my patrons who I talked to about this is that the Kinsey scale, while it was great for its time, is not the most accurate way for people to look at sexual orientation. Because it's literally from 1948, it's a little outdated, and it doesn't include asexual or aromantic people, so that makes it not as inclusive as it needs to be. It was an excellent tool for the time that it was invented, but at this point, it's outdated pop psychology and not the most accurate way of looking at sexual orientation. And yet, James insists.
I really do believe that the amount of people on either end is very small.
It's
very, very small.
And this makes me wonder, why does this matter so much to him? Even if the Kinsey scale was 100% accurate and it was the perfect tool to understand sexual orientation, so what if you hold a personal belief that most people fall somewhere in the middle? Why do you focus on that so much? What does it mean for you in practicality? Like, how does it impact your day-to-day life? Like, if someone tells you that they're straight, do you believe them? Do you challenge people about their sexuality, which is a very personal and vulnerable topic? Do you challenge women who say that they're straight as much as you seem to challenge men who say they're straight? Or do you just go around asking for everybody's number on the Kinsey scale to make sure if they're really fully straight or if there's a little wiggle room there? The way James talks about this, it feels like he thinks everyone needs to double check their sexual orientation or like prove it to him in some tangible way. Coming from a very sheltered religious background myself, it feels to me like he's evangelizing his Kinsey scale theory and trying to convert people to his mindset.
He, right away, told me he was bi. He clarified, and I was like, oh my god, great, down, perfect, beautiful, amazing, no.
This never
no
happens,
conversion.
by the way.
No, never.
Because we're, a lot of times, like you said, we're over here like converting sometimes.
Yeah.
We're over here like converting sometimes. Yeah.
And like I said before, that feels like justification for pushing people's boundaries. Because according to James, everyone's actually a little bit gay. He's just helping them discover that.
James even then was saying to his dad that every man is a little bit gay and that there's no such thing as a straight man.
But like, no, James, stop it. It is not your place to question somebody else's self-discovery about their sexual orientation. It is not your job to try to challenge and enlighten people who are comfortable in their own identity. If the other person brings up a bunch of doubts and questions, then sure, go ahead and talk about it, share what you think, but only to the extent that it would help them feel peace, not to lead them in a direction that would benefit you. I say that because, as we'll see later on in this video, James occasionally tries to tell people how they feel and what their orientation really is. And frankly, that is not his place. As I said before, any changes to someone's boundaries should only come from the person who set those boundaries, not somebody outside of them. If these types of boundary questioning conversations do not come from that person themselves and are instead imposed upon them by somebody else, then they're not genuine and they are manipulative toward the questioner's ulterior motive. Add to that James's fame and the power dynamic of the parasocial relationship that he has with like anybody who knows about him, and his prying questions about people's personal identities will always feel like he's pressuring the other person to give him the answers that he wants, whether or not it's true, and whether or not James acknowledges that pressure or intends for it to feel that way. What's the solution to all of this? Just let other people be responsible for their own self-discovery. Let them tell you their sexual orientation. Believe and respect what they say, and leave it the fuck alone. Also, I have to bring this up. Just listen to this for a second.
Most people at some point in their lives, whether it's if the right circumstances with the right person under the influence of either drugs or alcohol, are going to be willing to experiment and play with themselves and be more comfortable.
I'm no expert in James Charles's drinking habits, but I think it's fair to say that he's not really known for his drinking, and based on his social media, he doesn't really seem to be too into alcohol. So it sounds to me like James is speaking as being the sober person in the situations he's talking about here, which leads me to this. I shouldn't have to say this, but since we're talking about boundaries, just a quick reminder that consent and sobriety are big old boundaries. People who are drunk or high cannot consent to sexual activity. Experimentation should not happen with someone who cannot consent. Even if they invite it because of their altered state of mind, if you are sober, you are the responsible person in that situation. And just to be clear, I'm not talking about an abusive situation, because a lot of abuse can happen while one or both partners are drunk or using substances, and that is a different situation that I don't have the experience or the know-how to discuss, which is why I will be leaving information and hotlines and websites related to relationship problems, domestic violence, substance abuse, mental health, etc. in the description. So you can please reach out to people who know what they're talking about, about those types of situations. But what I mean is, like, provided everyone is in a pretty good mood and no one is in immediate danger, if things start going in an experimental sexual direction, you, as the sober one, need to do everything you can to create safety for everyone involved. Try to separate yourself from the drunk person if you can do so. Like, for example, my boyfriend and I have a 2-bedroom apartment. If you can be in one bedroom and they can be in the other bedroom for the night until they sober up, or if those kind of, walls and doors and physical boundaries are not there, see if you can ask a mutual friend to come and pick them up. I used to say call them an Uber, but nowadays I don't really trust ride shares. Maybe if you have the means, you can get them a cheap hotel room if you have to, so that they have somewhere to go, or you can go to the hotel and let them stay in the apartment. Or if stuff is happening at their place, that's probably a little easier. You can do what you need to do to ensure their safety, and then you can leave the premises. No matter what, nothing sexual should ever be taking place with someone who is not sober and therefore cannot consent. Just in case anybody was not clear about that. Anyway, now that we have heard what James has to say about dating and sexuality, including his traumatic childhood experiences that undoubtedly had a huge impact on his development in this arena, and now that we have established a theory of James's mindset, it's time to look at the actions and the patterns of behavior that were born from this mindset. Looking at the various allegations against James Charles with dangerous entitlement or boundary-pushing mindset in your mind, you can see those things play out without much explanation or help from me, to be honest. But to fully establish my point of why I think this truly is James's mindset, and a core problem for him and the people he interacts with, we need to finally address a few examples of relationships from his private dating life to see how this dangerously entitled, boundary-pushing mindset plays out. Before we get into that, first let's take a little breather. Today's video is a long, intense one for a lot of different reasons. There's a lot going on here, so take a moment to let all the information sink in and then remove yourself from it. Remember, we are watchers of these situations. We are not in them, so we can feel peace. Breathe out the negativity. Breathe in positivity. And move into the next section with a clear mind and a quieted heart. Part 2. GAGE GOMEZ. Let's start out where we left the last video, in April and May of 2019. During a few short weeks, James Charles was involved in an overwhelming number of back-to-back public scandals, which I covered in my last video. At the same time, he was also dealing with some significant conflicts in his private life, which we will be examining today. We have two relationships to discuss in detail here, one regarding GAGE GOMEZ and the second regarding Sam Cooke, who Tati discusses in her video Bye Sister. James's relationship with Gage is pretty well documented and timestamped, as opposed to certain other relationships in the future where there's just an overall lack of concrete information publicly available. Because of the documentation that exists here, it's much easier to analyze the evidence upon which I am basing my speculations. Again, speculations, allegations, opinions. Now, when I say we're going into detail on these relationships, we are going in depth on this relationship especially, because here we can establish some of James's important behaviors. Later on, we will see them playing out in other relationships, which will turn them into behavior patterns. Let's start with a brief overview. GAGE GOMEZ is a physical trainer turned Wilhelmina model turned also social media influencer, who James first messaged on December 8th, 2018. Just to clarify this, James often says that they were talking for 5 months before their big kerfuffle in April of 2019, but it's actually like 4 months because December to January to February to March to April, 4 months. It's not a big deal, but just like for the sake of the timeline, it matters. After James brought Gage to Coachella in 2019, their unclear relationship ended in an explosion of public scandal, since James posted a pretty harsh tweet about Gage. Before Coachella, James and Gage's relationship had been pretty much unknown, but now that Gage was seen with James at Coachella, people knew who he was. And naturally, once James tweeted that he was a disgusting con artist, his fans started sending Gage a ton of hate. As a result, Gage felt he needed to post a response video to clear his name. This video came out on April 18th, 2019, and it was pretty short, basically just Gage saying he was not the clout chaser that James was painting him out to be. However, as time passed, the story kept being discussed and gaining momentum. The fans could not drop it. Now that it was public, it was not going to blow over until both parties explained themselves. This situation ended with the publishing of 3 resources, first being Gage's second, longer YouTube video about everything, which told a more complete story of his and James's relationship, and this was posted on April 29th. Second was a series of text messages between James and Gage, which mysteriously got leaked around April 30th or May 1st. The third was a written statement published in James's Instagram story on May 4th, which addressed some, not all, of the items in Gage's video from the 29th, and told James's side of the story a little bit more fully, but not completely fully. You'll see. From these 3 resources, we can try to piece together the truth of their relationship and see whether or not Gage really was a disgusting con artist, or if their falling out had more to do with James's pattern of entitlement. And I swear to God, if you're doing the entitlement drinking game, stop. I want you to live. So let's take a look at these 3 resources, shall we? While James's Instagram story statement was mostly focused on Coachella weekend, Gage's second video from the 29th went back to the beginning of their relationship. James neither confirmed nor denied most of what Gage said about that early time period of their relationship, so unfortunately, we only have one side of the story here. That said, I do still think it's important to discuss, because if Gage's description is accurate, those early days reveal a lot about James, and they definitely would have influenced what went down at Coachella. In his April 29th video, Gage says that James DM'd him first.
I receive a DM from this person. I'm sure you guys all know who I'm talking about. I proceeded to respond as a friend, like anyone would do, especially to someone who has so much influence in in social media, yeah.
Now, just by Gage saying this, we can already see that from the beginning, this relationship contained some elements of parasocial power imbalance from James, and starstruck excitement and possible opportunism from Gage. Although as we get further into it, I'm less convinced that opportunism was part of it, but we'll see. Gage then says that James saw his response
as an opportunity to manipulate me as a person who may or may not have been trying to figure things out about their sexuality after the fact of telling him that I was straight multiple times.
So this is a very significant discrepancy. Gage is adamant that he told James multiple times at the beginning of their relationship that he was straight, but James refuted this in his Instagram story, saying that Gage never told him he was straight and that he never would have pursued him if he did. In the leaked texts, Gage says he told James that he was straight during a FaceTime call, but then continued on to say he had been curious. James doesn't refute this, but obviously there's some confusion here. I have a few thoughts around this confusion. First, we have no screenshots from the beginning of their relationship, so ultimately we cannot 100% confirm or deny who said what during that time. Second, no matter what James says, based on his previous actions,
all the boys that I'm interested in are straight. We also have very similar
taste.
Guys too.
Hot.
Masculine.
Straight.
I personally believe that no matter what orientation Gage had told James that he was, James still would have flirted with him. Actions speak louder than words. Looking at his past actions, that's just my opinion. Third, I believe the confusion and discrepancy about Gage's sexuality was greatly influenced by the power imbalance between James and Gage. So let's talk about that for a minute. Before Gage and James started dating, they were in a classic parasocial relationship. Now, you don't have to be somebody's biggest stan to be in a parasocial relationship with them. You just need to be actively aware of a famous person who has no idea that you exist. At the start of Gage's video, he makes it clear that he knew who James was and had some knowledge and respect for his massive influence. At the same time, there was still a barrier between them, the barrier of James not knowing that Gage existed, until their relationship changed. When James first messaged Gage, he tore down that barrier between them, and now they were in an influencer-fan relationship. According to experts, influencer-fan relationships have a power dynamic similar to the one between a boss and their employee. Now let's think about that relationship for a moment. In general, a boss is someone that an employee wants to please and stay in their good graces, because if they don't, they're at risk of losing something vital to their life and livelihood. It's a huge risk that motivates people to put themselves in danger or compromise their morals rather than lose their jobs. We know countless stories of bosses who abuse their power by dangling this risk over their employees' heads. So if the intensity of the boss-employee power dynamic is the same intensity as the influencer-fan power dynamic, it makes sense to me that the fan in the relationship may feel motivated to do things they otherwise wouldn't, rather than risk losing something vital to their life. Their newfound personal relationship with this influencer that they admire so much. In an article for Insider, Dr. Elizabeth, oh god, I don't know how to pronounce this last name, Jelic? Austria, yeah, that makes sense. Slovenian name. Okay, I just looked up how to pronounce this person's last name, and I cannot figure it out. The only thing I can find is that it's a Slovenian origin. I don't know anything about Slovenian, pronunciation. Jeglic. So, Jelic? I think? I don't know. If you know, comment below. I'm gonna say Jelic. Thanks. Sorry. Okay. In an article for Insider, Dr. Elizabeth L. Jelic who is a psychologist, sexual violence prevention expert, and professor of psychology at John Jay College in New York, has a great comment on influencer-fan relationships like the one between James and Gage. She says, "I don't necessarily think these people, meaning the influencers, go into it wanting it to be grooming or sexually coercive. But I think that because of the innate power differential, that's ultimately what transpires." Later on, the article notes that while the influencer may see nothing wrong with the seemingly consensual behavior, the fan may be acting out of being starstruck and craving their attention. To be honest, I believe that's at least partially what happened between James and Gage. When a millionaire influencer starts talking to an average Joe like you or me, it adds something vital to your life. Not only a new potential friendship, romance, or business connection with someone you admire and follow, there's also attention, validation, an increase of status, and the feeling of being special. You were picked out of the crowd. You caught their eye. These are not things that you want to lose, so you do what you can to keep them, which requires staying in the influencer's good graces. Gage says in his video that even though he told James he was straight, James started putting pressure on him and getting to know him anyway. He could have started questioning his sexuality because he was starstruck by James, and James kept flirting with him, pushing his boundaries, making it clear what he wanted from Gage. And Gage, the fan in that influencer-fan relationship, the one at risk of losing all of these new important things in his life, probably wanted to stay in James's good graces. Moral of the story, Gage's wavering and confusion may have come from a genuine resurgence of stifled by curiosity. Or he could have been acting out of a desire to please his new celebrity friend, James Charles. Or it could have been both. Only Gage knows the answer to that. But whether he likes it or not, James has a huge power imbalance over just about any young person he talks to. At least back in 2019, it clearly did not occur to him how that would impact his relationships. James may not have gone into it wanting it to be grooming or sexually coercive, but because their power dynamic was weighed in James' favor, coupled with the fact that James has no respect for labels or boundaries and pushes too far to get what he wants, I believe that is what ended up happening here. Anyway, back to the story. When it came to a romantic relationship with James, Gage says he told James he wasn't interested in any of that. Once he set that boundary, James stopped talking to him. So, case in point, the risk of losing that new magical relationship was a real risk, and the possible negative outcome came true. Gage then skips ahead a little bit in time.
He had to shoot a video in New York City for a bit, but I was in school. He came here, he wanted to hang out. I told him I was busy. His flight got delayed, so then he saw this as a perfect opportunity to hang out, even though I told him I was busy. He then proceeded to get mad at me for not clearing my schedule to meet up, hang out, get food, chill, whatever, talk. He went off on social media, first of all, he blocked me on everything.
Now, I'm seeing a pattern here with James, so tell me if you see it too. It's a 5-step pattern that goes ask, boundary, pressure, maintain, retaliate. Basically, James asks for something, Gage sets a boundary, James puts pressure on that boundary, Gage maintains the boundary, and in response, James retaliates because he did not get what he wanted. Not sure about this pattern? Let me give you some examples. First, it was Gage's sexuality. Kind of a big deal. James DM'd Gage, which was the ask. Gage responded as a friend and put up a boundary by saying that he's straight. James puts pressure on that boundary, according to Gage, by trying to get to know him anyway. And the context of the usage of get to know him means it was flirty. Gage maintained that boundary and said he's not interested in that. So James retaliated by completely dropping Gage, withdrawing his time and attention, and essentially ending their relationship. Next, it's this New York City situation. James seemingly decided to shoot his shot again, and while he was in New York, he asked Gage to hang out. Gage put up a boundary and said no, because he was busy with school. James puts pressure on that boundary by contacting Gage again after his flight got delayed and asking again to hang out. Gage maintains his boundary and says he still can't because he's busy. So James retaliates by going off on social media. See what I mean? If you don't, it's okay. It'll happen a few more times, so you'll get it by the end. According to Gage, when James went off on social media, he blocked Gage on everything and subtweeted about him. At that point, the exact timeline gets a little bit unclear, but Gage says that for a week or two,
I was like blocked and unblocked multiple times because maybe I wouldn't respond to his Snapchat right away, or maybe I wouldn't respond to his DM right away, or I wouldn't pick up a FaceTime call.
This back and forth behavior shows that James has no respect for Gage's time, which is one of his, say it with me, boundaries. Also, please please don't start another drinking game for the word boundaries. God damn it, I'm probably too late, huh? Shit. I want you to live. If Gage was not freely available at James's beck and call, ready to clear his schedule at the drop of a hat just because James happened to be in town, James retaliated by blocking Gage and withdrawing his attention and affection. To me, this behavior sounds like a specific form of emotional abuse, and again, I feel like I should talk about this for a minute. I'm obviously speculating here, so please take this with a grain of salt, but I think we can all learn from what's going on here. If Gage is telling the truth here, then James's behavior sounds to me like deliberate emotional withholding, which is also known as avoidant abuse. Thomas G. Pfeiffer from the Good Men Project defines this term by saying, simply put, avoidant abuse is someone willingly withdrawing affection with the specific goal to hurt your feelings or control you. It's a form of psychological abuse that's particularly cutting, since humans need love and affection in order to feel happy in a relationship. Pfeiffer also states, emotional withholding is, I believe, the toughest tactic to deal with when trying to create and maintain a healthy relationship, because it plays on our deepest fears. Rejection, unworthiness, shame, and guilt, the worry that we've done something wrong or failed, or worse, that there's something wrong with us. I want to clarify here that not all emotional withholding is purposeful or abusive. Sometimes a person is temporarily distant because they're going through a tough time, or mental health struggles, or they're overextended in their life commitments. If you're in that boat, either struggling to keep up with people due to a genuine lack of time and emotional energy, or if you're on the receiving end of distance from a person who is in that stage of life, please just don't think that I'm talking about that kind of distance here. That's different because that is not purposefully abusive. Emotional withholding and avoidant abuse are deliberate tactics meant to upset the other person and make them feel all the feelings that Mr. Pfeiffer described. And in my opinion, that's what I see going on in this influencer-fan relationship between James and Gage. I'm going to provide articles about emotional withholding in my description box, and I'm also going to include mental health and relationship hotlines and resources in my description. If emotional withholding and avoidant abuse sound familiar to you, if you are experiencing any kind of abuse, especially if you feel that you are in danger, please utilize those resources to find support from qualified people. I am not a professional in that field, but what I can tell you is that if that's what you're experiencing, you are not alone. Please feel welcome to share your experiences and find community in the comments below. If you find stories like that in my comments, please treat them with the utmost care. Well, that took a bit of a turn, but that's what's wild about this story. Gage uses such concise language and tells his story so quickly that you might not realize the full impact of what he says until you watch his video for the second or third time. There are a lot of layers to unpack. Anyway, next. According to Gage, after this hot and cold time period of blocking and unblocking, James unblocked him once again.
So he then unblocked me and continued to speculate that he didn't know or that he forgot that I told him I was straight in the beginning.
For the third time, they go through James's 5-step pattern.
He then invited me to Coachella, and I denied the first time he asked me. I denied both times he asked me. He asked me like one day, and the next day after he asked me again. I said no. After I said no, he got mad again and blocked me.
James asks Gage to go to Coachella with him. Gage puts up a boundary by saying no. James pressures Gage by asking him again the next day. Gage maintains his boundary by saying no again. And finally, James gets mad and retaliates, blocking Gage on everything again. However, this time, things changed. Gage reached out to James, and according to their leaked texts, he called James on a fake number because his number was blocked. Gage said that he did want to go to Coachella with James after all, and they made arrangements accordingly. Gage's motivation for going to Coachella with James have become a huge point of contention, so as much as it is all speculation, I do feel like to do the story justice, we have to talk about it. In Gage's video from April 29th, he only said he wanted to go to Coachella because he thought it was going to be a good time. However, that video was published before his texts with James were released. Sorry, leaked a day or two later. And before May 4th, when James released his statement via Instagram story saying that Gage had told James he wanted to continue to explore his sexuality and meet in person to see what it would be like. This motivation was also confirmed by Gage in the leaked text messages, where Gage says he went to Coachella to meet James to find out if there was feelings, and that he went with an open mind and tried. But also, later on in the conversation, James quotes another message that Gage had sent him back on April 6th, where he said he had been in denial about a lot of things, the implication being his sexuality, and that he needed to talk to James. So, as inconsistent as all of this is, the one commonality we can see is that both Gage and James are not using definitive language. They're both saying things like Gage went to explore and see what it's like and talk to James and find out if there's feelings. So it seems like they both understood from the start that there was no guarantee that Gage was going to fall for James or hook up with him or anything. I can absolutely see why James was suspicious that Gage just wanted to go for free Coachella tickets, and way later on after this whole thing happened, in his impulsive video in July of 2020, that was still the narrative he was spinning. So yeah, I mean, there's probably some small part of this that is that. But I don't think that was the only reason Gage wanted to go. According to James and Gage, the whole big thing about this trip was that Gage wanted to explore his sexuality, right? Well, I can't think of a better time or place for that exploration than Coachella. When we're talking about exploring sexuality, even in 2022, it's still a hot button issue for a lot of people. So safety is a huge factor in someone being able to really get to the bottom of what's their truth in their questioning. The environment of Coachella seems ideal for that, really. It's a music festival, everybody is there to have fun and relax and have a good time. The culture is very artistic and accepting and open-minded, and it's across the country from Gage's hometown. So he wasn't going to run into anybody that already knew him and had preconceived notions of who he was and how he should behave. Honestly, Coachella was probably one of the safest places for Gage to possibly experience a different side of his sexuality. If Gage was going to have feelings for guys in general, or James specifically, Coachella was the perfect place for him to discover those. So sure, it was probably nice for Gage to get free tickets. It probably was a fun trip. I'm not saying those weren't factors in his motivation, but as much as James loves to just hone in on you just wanted the free Coachella tickets and the clout, those are only 2 of 6 different reasons I can see for why Gage would want to go to Coachella. And we'll get to the clout thing in a minute. I think it's a little, again, self-centered and thick-headed for James to dismiss everything that Gage has to say about exploring his sexuality just because Gage didn't end up feeling attracted to James. James, you're only one person. Just because Gage didn't fall for you doesn't mean he wouldn't have felt attracted to any other guys at Coachella, or just guys in general. Also, let me point out another important thing we all can learn from this relationship. I think that Gage and James have 2 different definitions of what it means to explore their sexuality. For Gage, I think that exploring was more emotional, and for James, I think that exploring was more physical. If I'm right, that means that each of them would have gone into the weekend with very different expectations of what would be involved in exploring Gage's sexuality. This is a big, important difference between Gage and James, but it's also the type of difference that takes some real consideration and emotional maturity to even recognize, let alone to talk about and come to an agreement on. We have no indication that that level of conversation happened between James and Gage, so unfortunately, they may not have discovered this conflict between their different ideas about exploring their sexuality until it was too late. And it was already causing tension and problems for them that weekend. This is why complete, uncomfortable communication is so very important. And that's something that I think we all can learn from this part of their story. Meeting someone in person for the first time is always a mixed bag experience, but the more openly and fully you discuss your expectations and personal boundaries in advance, the more comfortable you both will be in person. That way, everyone's safety can be ensured, conflict can be avoided, and trust can be built and maintained. When that kind of open communication doesn't happen, well, you get what we're about to see here. Finally, we're getting to James and Gage meeting at Coachella in 2019, which means that finally we can compare both sides of the story directly, because Gage and James's statements both described what happened that weekend. So, James and Gage hung out all weekend at James's house with James's friends, one of whom was Tana Mongeau. James and Gage also had some private, touchy-feely moments, which James mentioned in his Instagram story. They discussed one of these moments in detail in their leaked text messages, but I honestly don't feel the need to spend time describing it because it's private and kinda uncomfortable, to be honest. I have no idea why that section was leaked. Whoever might have leaked it. Anyway, once again, we are running into contention between their two stories. According to James's Instagram story, he asked Gage multiple times how he was feeling during that weekend, and Gage replied that he was comfortable around James and his friends, he liked the direction that he and James were going in, but he still wasn't sure about his sexuality. According to Gage's video, this is somewhat true, but there's more to the story.
He was aware how I felt about him. He constantly kept telling me while we were hanging out at Coachella that he appreciated that I was always 100% honest with him. If I was ever a little vague, I was never telling him what he wanted to hear, or I was never lying to him. It was always how I felt at the time, and he knew that. There was some points where I guess he was not sure how I was feeling, even though I was telling him the whole time I wasn't into, I guess you could say, experimenting at that time. He proceeded to get extremely upset with me because of that, and kind of tried to play his emotions and push his emotions onto me to kind of guilt me into trying something that I didn't want to do.
To me, this sounds like what I was just describing. I think James had different expectations and boundaries for that weekend than Gage did. But they didn't discuss that beforehand, so they were figuring it out in the moment. I also see James going through his 5-step pattern once again. He asks Gage about the experimenting. Gage says no, the boundary. James doesn't accept his no and asks him repeatedly, which is the pressure. Gage maintains the boundary by continually saying no. And finally, James retaliates by getting extremely upset with Gage, trying to play his emotions, and pushing his emotions onto Gage to guilt him into trying things he didn't want to try. Gage ended up leaving Coachella before James, and according to both of their stories, once he was gone, James's friends started telling him about all the red flags that they saw in Gage. James described these red flags in his Instagram story, from simple things like him not helping to clean up, to more serious things like him only holding or kissing James when a celebrity or influencer was around. In his friends' opinions, Gage wasn't a good person, and he was just using James for clout. One of the loudest voices saying this at the time was Tana Mongeau, who even got into it with Gage on Twitter. However, as of last year, her story has completely flipped to say that she was manipulated and begged to say those things publicly. I feel like that context detracts from the validity of what she said in 2019. But, you know, it's just information. Make of it what you will. Anyway, James trusted his friend's analysis of Gage, and as a reflection of this conversation, on April 15th, James tweeted that real friends will tell you the truth no matter how much it hurts. This brings us back to those leaked texts between Gage and James, which, by the way, has at least 2 significant gaps in it. The text started on April 16th, the day after James had tweeted about real friends telling you the truth, and that day they had an angsty conversation about whether or not Gage had lied to James about wanting to explore his sexuality, or if he just went to Coachella for free tickets and clout. I'm not going to read through this whole text conversation, because rehashing a breakup is what therapy is for, and I'm not James Charles's therapist, thank God. But at that time, it was a private matter that they were texting about privately that ended with James telling Gage not to contact him again. Perfectly acceptable. That's really not the issue. The issue happened the next day. On April 17th, James replied to a fan tweet of some photos of Gage and James together at Coachella. The tweet didn't tag James or Gage, but it clearly showed them together and connected the dots to Gage's Instagram account. It started gaining a little bit of traction on its own due to its gossipy nature, but it really blew up and turned into drama when James replied with this answer. Nope, unfortunately, I am still very single. This boy played me for months on end and is a disgusting con artist. I'm thankful I had my friends with me to protect me. That's right. After telling Gage not to contact him, James publicly quote that Gage was a disgusting con artist who played him for months, who was so dangerous that he needed his friends to protect him from him. James set himself up as the innocent victim of the evil GAGE GOMEZ in front of his millions of rabid stans. Enter the drama. Because Gage's Instagram handle was shown in that original tweet of the photos of Gage and James together at Coachella, James's fans were quick to find Gage and start flooding his social media with hate. Apparently, James deleted that Twitter reply relatively quickly, but it was too late. His stans were on the move, attacking Gage and his reputation, and according to Gage, they were even finding and attacking his friends and family. Soon afterward, James either learned or predicted that Gage was planning to make a video to tell his side of the story and clear his name. So he started texting Gage again. So we need to return to those leaked text messages. In the text from April 17th, James tried to convince Gage not to post a video by apologizing for his tweet and promising Gage that he wouldn't bother him again, which are two appropriate things for him to say at this point. But also, by accusing Gage of using him for clout, saying a video would just bring them both more negative attention, so he should just let it blow over, playing the victim, refusing to understand Gage's point of view, weaponizing information about Gage's family relationships against him, intimidating him by mentioning a lawyer in a section of the texts that conveniently get cut off, and basically trying to tell Gage that he was only pretending to be bi-curious so James would let him come to Coachella. Now, there's a lot to unpack about that last one, but I'm going to come back to that in a minute. In response to all of that from James, Gage was consistent in his one goal of clearing his name from the slander of James's tweet. He even offers not to make a video if James will make a statement clearing his name, but James refuses to do that because it will only bring Gage more attention. So, there's no way for Gage to win here, and he points that out to James. In James' world, James gets to tweet accusations to his millions of followers all willy-nilly and bring other people a flood of negative attention, but he also gets to tell them that they're not allowed to clear their names because that might bring him negative attention for bringing them negative attention in the first place. But he also won't clear their name himself because that might send them positive attention. So in this universe, James may only receive positive attention and send negative attention. And everyone else should just be fine with that. The only acceptable solution, in James's eyes, is the solution that is most convenient to him. Now obviously, Gage did not agree to James's guilt-tripping and silencing. So, as I mentioned forever ago at this point, Gage uploaded his first video about the situation on the next day, April 18th. It was a pretty short video where he basically just said he's not the clout chaser that James was painting him out to be. But naturally, the story didn't end there. Due to the vagueness and shortness of Gage's video and the lack of comment from James, the internet still had a lot of questions, and they just kept asking those questions all over social media. On April 21st, just a few days later, in the aftermath of his tweet and Gage's video, James tweeted something very telling about all this. And again, I need to take a second and talk about it. James replied to somebody's tweet about this situation and said, "I just get used and hurt by other people and react like any normal human would, yet somehow I'm still the bad guy." And this is exactly the perfect example of one of the core issues with James Charles. He doesn't see himself the way everyone else sees him. Or he does, but he just plays dumb whenever it's to his advantage. If we were to take him at his word, he would turn into a walking contradiction. He demands to be treated like both a normal human and a big shot celebrity at the same time. But also not really, just sometimes, he gets to choose which one it is at which time. He doesn't see, or he's pretending not to see, that it's simply impossible for him to be both things at the same time. He feels entitled to have it all. Part of this plays out when he pretends not to know the power of his platform. I talked about this problem in the last video. Evidence shows that when he is upset about even small criticisms, he has a tendency to do things like, I don't know, publicly drag both a 13-year-old who didn't like his eyeshadow palette and a disabled person who dared to offer a different perspective about slow walkers. In front of his millions of rabid stans, without a thought, without a care in the world for the fact that his fans will go attack people he posts about disliking. Certainly there's no problem with that because he is just a normal human expressing his normal emotions, just like any other normal human, which he can relate to because he is also a cool and young kid just like you, right? But of course, if James receives any criticism or any hate, like the dragging that he dishes out to other people, they're just saying those things for attention. The haters are just leeching off of his immeasurable clout. The militant stans and the hype men and the ass kissers, they're fine. He'll listen to their praises all day because they couldn't possibly have any ulterior motives, could they? But anyone with criticism for James Charles? It can't be true! How could anyone criticize such a god? Such a blessing unto our generation! Again, this double standard is based in entitlement. Him feeling entitled to praise only, entitled to invalidate criticism as all just being clout chasing, entitled to the right to send his stans to attack people, ruining their social media careers and their mental health. And that's where it becomes dangerous entitlement. So along the lines of the double standard, in this tweet from April 21st, James really wants us to think that he was just a normal human doing normal things when he tweeted about Gage being a disgusting con artist. And like, sure, if James was posting on a private page for just his family, or if he was like a micro-influencer with like 100 followers, it probably wouldn't have been as big of a deal for him to say that. But in reality, because of his massive platform, which he is well aware of and does use to his advantage, he becomes a powerful influencer utilizing a self-victimizing narrative to defame his ex in front of his millions of followers, weaponizing his fans to go attack Gage and potentially drive him off of social media. In my opinion, James had to know what he was doing here. But I also think that he didn't think that Gage would fight back. But since he did, James gets to post this self-victimizing tweet in response, bringing it all full circle. Yes, James, once you brought this private issue public, you became the bad guy. You wanted to be the big famous influencer. And now that you have the privilege of this fun, glamorous job, doing makeup all day for a living, you have to treat it as such, a job. Every job has a code of conduct. You no longer get to word vomit your emotions without thinking, tweet ignorant shit, and drag people left and right with no repercussions. At least not on your public, professional, James Charles the Makeup Guru social media accounts. Get private accounts for that shit like everybody else. That's how you act like a normal person. You don't get to play the victim when you experience the consequences of when you just didn't think before you twote. With a great platform comes great power. With great power comes great responsibility. If you don't want the responsibility, maybe you shouldn't have the platform. James pretends that he doesn't understand that once you have millions of followers, you're no longer a normal human. James himself even confirmed this internal conflict in an open conversation, his apology video from 2021. We're going to discuss that video in detail in the next and final video of this series, because that's right, there is still that much to talk about here. But anyway, in an open conversation, James said that he used to think that he could live a Hannah Montana life.
I really was convinced that I was able to live this like Hannah Montana double life fantasy where I could be James Charles, the internet persona, beauty guru during the day, but then later on I could wipe my makeup off, get in normal clothes, and talk to people on Instagram DMs or on a dating app, or even hang out with somebody and have them see me as James Dickinson. And looking back now, I am so angry with myself that I was ever this delusional to think that it was possible. It's a lovely thought and a lovely idea, but the reality is they're the same person.
Since this video is from 2021 and he says he finally gets it now, we might be tempted to say that this problem is old and he worked on it and now it's solved. But based on his most recent situation with Ricky Murda, which I promise we will get to in this video, god damn it, this Hannah Montana tendency seems to be just as much of a problem now as it was back in 2019. But again, that's coming up later. Let's get back to this situation with Gage. After this revealing tweet from James telling us how he is the true victim in this scenario didn't appease the fans, Gage made his second longer video about their relationship and Coachella, which he released on April 29th, which we just reviewed. Their text conversation was leaked by May 1st, and finally James put out his Instagram story on May 4th. And basically, that seems to be the unceremonious ending of this relationship. Before we move on, and I know that we've already talked a lot about this story, there's just a few more points that I want to emphasize that I'm pulling from these three resources. One is that, to me, Gage seems much more clear-headed in his April 29th video than he did in the texts from April 16th to 18th. He seems much more confident and much less placating in the video, so maybe some time away from James gave him some perspective and helped him see things for how they really were. Secondly, Gage talks a couple times about the difference between saying something behind somebody's back versus saying it to their face. And in doing so, he really makes his personality clear, at least to me. He said in his text with James that he was honest with him and told him to his face that he didn't have romantic feelings for him, rather than be mysterious and lead him on. He also says in his April 29th video,
at the end of Coachella, all of his friends, I guess, came to a conclusion that I was using him. Of course, like up front, they're gonna act like my best friends. Right as I left, he put up the tweet about the real friends and all of that stuff. That just shows, like, you leave right away and they're already, like, I guess, talking bad about you, and they can't say it to your face, which is kind of shitty.
Gage is consistent across this public video and his private text with James that he didn't know were going to be leaked. He makes it clear that he values honesty, even brutal honesty, over fake politeness, and he would rather hash out an issue in person than in text. This is also evidenced by some of his leaked text with James, where he asks to meet in person for some final closure. That all leads me to believe that Gage is a very straightforward, direct person, not this calculating, manipulative, passive-aggressive, clout-chasing user that James truly seems to think that he is. And it makes me trust him a little bit more than James when it comes to all of this. To be fully honest, I don't think that James was used to dealing with that level of honesty, so in order to make sense of it, he felt the need to insert some sort of ulterior motive that wasn't actually there. About Gage wanting free Coachella tickets and clout. All that anybody wants is clout. It kind of speaks volumes to me about James's social circles and influencer culture as a whole when people just cannot deal with honesty. But that's another topic for a whole other video. Third, kind of jumping off the last point, James seems pretty irritated in his Instagram story because Gage had talked about this drama on multiple platforms, while James wanted to just let it blow over. Now, James seems to forget that as the one who started this by bringing it public, and the one with the exponentially larger platform, he was in much more of a position to just sit back and let it blow over. But Gage was just building his platform as an influencer, and now he was at risk of his reputation and career being ruined before it really started. With his smaller platform, it makes sense to me that Gage had to speak about the situation multiple times to reach as many people as James can reach in one tweet. So I didn't really get why James was so mad about that, especially because of my fourth point. Fourth, Gage talks about in his video and his text with James how James had talked with him about how scandals have helped his platforms grow. So honestly, if James knows that that is true and seems to use drama to his advantage, I don't know why he was so intent on squashing this story with Gage. Is it because he knew that he would come out looking like the bad guy, and that kind of scandal is just unacceptable to him? I don't know. To me, it kind of seems like a Freudian slip in writing in his Instagram story. Maybe some inner guilt talking. But to this day, there are still plenty of people who think that James is the main victim in this story. So rest assured, James, this drama with Gage probably did help your platform in some way, shape, or form. But I'm sure you know that as well as I do. Perhaps that's why drama has been a foundational element of your social media platform from the very start. To sum this all up, in my opinion, James's dangerous entitlement blinded him to the power imbalance inherent in his relationship with Gage, and made him feel entitled to a straight man's affections. We saw evidence of James repeatedly pushing Gage's boundaries to get what he wanted, and retaliating against Gage with avoidant abuse when Gage stuck to his boundaries with consistency and integrity and did not give in. Then, the one time that Gage did say yes to James's ask and went to Coachella with him, but didn't explore his sexuality in the way that James wanted, then James pulled out the double standard that we see in his online behavior. Gage dared to express something negative to James, that he didn't like James romantically, so James rejected his criticism and decided that Gage was just using him for clout for all these months of their private relationship that nobody knew about. He turned himself into the victim of a con man and vented his feelings online, sending a flood of hate Gage's way, which almost required Gage to put out a response. And of course, James was the victim of that response video, not the dumb thing he did that brought negativity upon himself by bringing this private issue public in the first place. After a slew of statements and 3 years of settling dust, Gage is still around on social media, and he certainly seems happier. He has a smaller following than James, but he's also friends with Tana Mongeau now.
Tana Mongeau tweeted about her 2019 tweet defending James's behavior at Coachella after reporter Kat Tenbarge tweeted her about it. 100% manipulated and begged to tweet that. I was defending someone that was my friend at the time and believed them. Sad to see. I later reconciled with Gage and discussed it, apologized, heard his side of the story, and now I call him one of my closest friends. Things change.
So it's nice to see at least one positive thing come from such a negative, messy situation. And that's the end of that. Now, I know we just went super in-depth with the Gage situation. Thank you for your patience getting through all of that. Sorry if it was a lot, but I feel like I haven't seen a lot of in-depth analysis on this relationship online, so I wanted to offer that. I also think that 3 years later, it's much easier to look back at these things with clearer eyes and see things for exactly what they were. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we can also see here the beginnings of patterns that will play themselves out in James's future relationships. Because, oh yeah, these dangerously entitled behaviors do repeat themselves. But before we go on and dive into more of James's relationships, let's all take a quick breather. It's okay to feel frustrated by what you're seeing in this video. It's okay to have mixed opinions about James. These are signs of good qualities about you. Your capacities for critical thinking, compassion, sympathy, empathy, while at the same time desiring justice in the end. I know this video might be stressing you out, and unfortunately, there is still much more to the story here. But just know that however you feel in response to all this information is valid. Part 3, Sam Cooke from Seattle. You know what's weird? We just spent like forever talking about one relationship, and we're not even into By Sister yet. There's a lot to go through still. But I am not here to belabor these points. So now that we have laid out in great detail the various patterns that we see with James, his refusal to understand power dynamics in relationships, his 5-step boundary pushing process, his emotional withholding, his questionable definition of exploring your sexuality, and his Hannah Montana double standard for how he wants to be treated in life depending on what's most convenient for him, I don't think I have to explain them anymore. I can just point these things out to you when I see them, which means we can go faster through the rest of these stories. Again, our goal is to see how James's dangerous entitlement, his willingness to hurt others to get what he wants, plays out in his romantic relationships. And if the Gage situation wasn't clear enough for you, hold on to your hats! There's plenty more where that came from. Let's start with another pretty public relationship, the story of Sam Cooke, the waiter from Seattle, who Tati Westbrook talked about in her video, Bye Sister. Now, if you remember, I'm sure you do, Tati had a lot to say about James's dating habits in Bye Sister. According to her, Tati witnessed James saying some rather disturbing things about boys' sexuality and dating. Specifically, she says,
everything is over-sexualized. The last phone conversation that James Charles and I had, he said some things telling me about a situation that happened in Seattle at my birthday, and it literally made me want to vomit. Oh my God, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay yet again, and somehow you're the victim. You know, it's really disgusting to manipulate someone's sexuality, especially when they are still, emerging into adulthood and don't quite have everything figured out. You are using your fame, your power, your money to play with people's emotions. You're threatening to ruin them. You're threatening to embarrass them. And you're doing that to have them behave sexually in your favor, even if they're straight. And you know what? That's not okay. And how dare you laugh about it and make meme after meme and retweet and this and that and I love straight boys, and make it a joke. I literally, eye to eye, had enough respect for you and love for you and care for you to tell you to go and get some help. I was shocked that James even then was saying to his dad that every man is a little bit gay and that there's no such thing as a straight man. Talking about that at the dinner table with his parents was kind of weird. Him talking explicitly about sex and things that he would like to do. And I was just like, I am used to this around, everyone else, but not his parents. I thought around his parents that he would not behave this way. It was just no big deal. Sucking dick and cock. I'm just like, oh my God. Time and place. And you did it at my birthday dinner. And I made excuses for you then. You were talking in detail about things you wanted to do to the waiter. And when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity. So freaking gross. And you said that in front of my family. In front of my childhood friends. I had to call every one of them up the next morning and apologize on your behalf because it was so uncomfortable.
Tati thought that James would grow out of these behaviors
from the time that I met him when he was 17, before he really had taken off on YouTube at all. I know that he has a way of just getting what he wants. And I've always blamed it on his age. I've been like, oh, he'll grow up. It's fine. He'll grow up. There's something about him that I just adore and love, and he'll grow out of this and he'll mature. I always envisioned that he would grow up. At some point, we'd kind of meet up as friends because he would be an adult.
But he never did. Which brings us to Valentine's Day 2019 and Tati Westbrook's birthday dinner. Sam Cooke was a busboy at John Howie, which is some kind of fancy restaurant in Seattle. I don't know, I've never been to Seattle. He had a whole saga with James and then ended up posting 2 videos about it, which I didn't even know. Did you guys know that Sam posted 2 videos? I only knew about the first one before I did this. This is a complicated story where there are definitely multiple sides, multiple players involved. Not even just James and Sam, by the way. But the fullest explanation that we get about everything comes from Sam. Sam's first video about his relationship with James Charles was posted around May 13th of 2019, which was after Tati posted her Bye Sister video on May 10th and before James posted his response video, No More Lies, on May 18th, right in the middle of that timeline. Sam's second video, which is the one where you'll see him wearing a black jacket, was recorded the next day on the 14th-ish, but it was posted about a month later in June, and it actually adds a lot more context. As we go through the timeline, I have to refer to both videos to give you a full picture of what was going on. Now, Sam Cooke was a busboy at John Howie, the upscale restaurant where Tati Westbrook held a big birthday dinner for 30 people on Valentine's Day in 2019. And you might have noticed, this relationship does take place during the same time frame that James was also talking to Gage. We'll get to that point later on. So, it was Tati's birthday dinner. The guests were mostly Tati's personal friends and family, but then she was surprised by James showing up, along with Jeffree Star and a couple of James's friends. Sam was working that night, and he says in his first video that before James came to the restaurant, he kind of knew of James, like he could recognize James's face and name, but he didn't like know who James was. However, James wanted to change that. He kept looking at Sam all night and eventually started asking the other staff if Sam had a Valentine, was he single, and could he please get those digits in his phone. Now, Sam was running around and doing his job, so naturally he didn't hear exactly what was being said at Tati's table. But in Bye Sister, Tati recounts what James was saying about Sam.
You were talking in detail about things you wanted to do to the waiter, and when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity. So freaking gross. And you said that in front of my family, in front of my childhood friends. I had to call every one of them up the next morning and apologize on your behalf because it was so uncomfortable.
In No More Lies, James's response video to Bye Sister, he defends himself about the I'm a celebrity line.
The I'm a celebrity thing is really incredibly frustrating to me because this is an inside joke between my friends and I that Tati has also participated in, and she twisted this to be something far worse than what it is. This is the joke that really is where we say I'm famous, not I'm a celebrity, and it's something that we don't say in public very often because without context, I get it, it looks and sounds really, really bad, trust me. Literally, famous is synonymous with anything good. So yeah, if my YouTube video does well one day, my friends will say, oh my God, James, you're so famous. But literally, if my friend takes a good Instagram photo, oh my God, you're so famous. If our boneless buffalo wings at Chili's are extra delicious one day, oh my God, these wings are so, so famous. It has nothing to do at all with fame, power, or money, which is what Tati alluded it to being, and it is so frustrating that she turned an innocent and funny inside joke that she has participated in into something so beyond disgusting.
So, I have 2 points to make about this one. First of all, the joke that you just described, like the structure of that joke, does not line up with the way that Tati said that you used the phrase, I'm famous, or I'm a celebrity, or whatever you actually said. And like, I get the joke. I understand saying that like really good food is so famous. It's cute. I get it. It's funny. Haha, it's funny. But according to Tati, in this case, you were talking about yourself, not an external thing or person that you were giving an opinion on. You were flirting with a guy. Tati said,
James, he's straight.
And you responded, it's okay, I'm famous. Isn't that different? Like, that's not calling yourself attractive or hot or, I don't know, like cool or whatever. I don't know if that person's gonna be friends with me. It's okay. I'm so famous. Like, I cannot figure out how to word it. The only way that the joke works, calling yourself famous, is if you're being sarcastic. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna meet Raw Beauty Christie this weekend. I bet she's gonna become my best friend because I'm like so famous. Which is sarcastic because I have, 5,000 followers. But he wasn't being sarcastic here. He genuinely wanted to ask out Sam. So, it's not working. It's not funny. Like, you're not using it to give an opinion. You're using it as a justification. If you're using it how you're supposed to for the joke, you're saying, it's okay, I'm famous. It's okay, I'm really hot. Or like, I am really a good thing. So that means he'll like you? Or that means it's okay that he's straight? Like, what? Please explain? I just don't think that it works here, Jimmy. Maybe it wasn't a joke. Maybe, again, it was a little bit of a Freudian slip. I don't know. You'll have to tell me. And secondly, and I know that you know this, James, because you made this point in No More Lies. The thing about inside jokes is they're inside. You said yourself that you try not to use this joke in public because out of context, it can look really bad. So at this dinner, yes, you're around a few people who get the joke, but you're also around a lot more people who are not in on it. So, like, maybe don't use that joke. Not in that way. Not in that setting. Because in this case, this inside joke, if that's really how you meant it, which I think is debatable, it makes you sound like a fucking predator. Like Tati said,
oh my God, time and place.
So, James was at the dinner table saying a lot of things about Sam, trying to get his number from the other waitstaff, but they wouldn't let that happen. Good job, Sam's coworkers. They are the best and purest people in this situation. So eventually, everybody parted ways for the night. Sam says that the next day, his sister convinced him to DM James. The conversation opened pretty normally. They broke the ice and started chatting. And 2 more quick points here. Right near the start of their conversation, James writes, "I did not think that you were 19, OMG." And if you notice, Sam's age is not mentioned anywhere prior in their conversation. That means that James must have found that info somewhere else. Perhaps in Sam's publicly available bio? You mean James decided of his own accord to check the age of the person that he was messaging? So he does know how to do that? He knows that it's a good idea to check someone's age right when you start talking with them? And that means that if he ever didn't check somebody's age, it's out of pure negligence on his part? Okay. Interesting. Everybody just put a big old pin in that one for now. Secondly, it's interesting to me that James didn't think that Sam was 19. Let's do a quick thought experiment. Do you think that James thought Sam was older than 19 or younger? Let's look at this face, this hairstyle. Let's listen to this voice.
My birthday was coming up on the 22nd.
How old do you really think that James thought that this, in his words, very, very attractive guy was? Let me know in the comments below. Sam said that they talked for a while, and James shows some of those texts in his No More Lies video. It looks like a perfectly innocuous conversation until you read it a second or third time and utilize some critical thinking.
Can we get a little bit more critical thinking in the subreddit, please?
Let's read through some of these together, shall we? James, are you straight, I'm assuming? Sam, I'm bi. I really wish that Sam had used the entire word here, because he says in his video that he was bi-curious, and there is a big difference between being bi-curious and being bisexual, and there's different expectations associated with each one. James, really? Sam, yeah, I mean, I never have had any experience with a guy, but I do find men attractive. James, that was unexpected. Okay, love that. Sam, me too. I love that he loves his bi-curiosity. Sam, unexpected, with a laughing face. James, yes, LOL, you just struck me as a very, very straight boy. James, if he came off as so straight to you, why were you looking at him and flirting with him all night? Why did you try so hard to get his number? And why, according to Tati, were you talking openly about the things you wanted to do with him? I'm not saying you always need to judge a book by its cover, and now that they're talking, Sam says he's bi-curious. So, in a way, it turns out all right. It's kind of all right in the end. But it's also kind of weird because James put out a lot of effort and got kind of far in a conversation with this boy, all while thinking he was straight. I don't know, it just makes me feel really sus. Anyway, they're talking now. Sam finds out that it was James's last night in Seattle. James invites him to his hotel to watch a movie. Sam agrees, but also tells James that he had never done anything with a guy before, and he was nervous. James tells him he doesn't have to do anything, and reassures Sam that he won't post about it or tell anybody about it. So, Sam goes to James's hotel room, they watch a movie together, and then the story gets complicated. As I said before, Sam made 2 videos, and just to help you at home, in the first one, Sam is wearing a pink hoodie, in the second one, he's wearing a black jacket. These videos were published a month apart, but they were filmed just a day apart. In Sam's first video, he says,
After that movie, he asked to kiss me, and I was very nervous because I had never done anything with a guy, and I was bi-curious, so I said yes. And we ended up making out for around an hour, and if I'm being honest, he's the worst kisser I've ever kissed. Way too much tongue.
Yeah, that tracks. Then, after an hour of that, Sam wanted to leave. So, despite James's pleas for him to stay, he successfully left the hotel and went home. Now, in his second video, which was published over a month later, but according to his description, was recorded only 1 day after his first video dropping, in this retelling, Sam knew within the first few seconds of kissing James that he was straight, but he didn't really know how to get out of the situation.
Within the first seconds of kissing him, I realized I was not bisexual. But for me personally, I'm very shy, so it was hard for me to say I'm not enjoying this because he was a celebrity. So I just kept going along with it, even though it was uncomfortable for me. But I just didn't want to ruin his opinion of me. Keep in mind, he spent $500 on a separate hotel room for me. And I didn't want to make him mad or piss him off. So I pretty much pretended like I was enjoying it.
I'm going to be very honest and transparent with you all right now. Trigger warning, essay, story. But I really relate to how Sam felt here because this part of the story is eerily similar to my own essay experience. And this is the first time I'm talking about this on the internet, but I'm bringing it up here because I feel like it's relevant. I might totally be projecting also, but I also think it's worth it for me to speak up because I can back up the way that Sam might have felt in this situation. That feeling of not being able to leave, not knowing how to get out of the situation. While my situation was not exactly the same as Sam's, I can corroborate that there is a particular type of pressure and fear when you're in an intimate situation with someone who appears kind, but still at the end of the day is more powerful than you. Just like how Sam says he didn't know how to get out of that situation with James, I also didn't know how to get out of my situation. Despite the fact that I was clear beforehand with this person about what I was comfortable and not comfortable with, I still found that things were happening to me that I did not want to happen. And yet, like Sam, I went along with it, as he says, because I was afraid, and it was safer to continue in an uncomfortable situation than to make a person who was more powerful than me angry. The pressure and fear in that moment don't necessarily come from the other person already being violent toward you. I think it comes from the fact that you're so vulnerable physically and emotionally, which makes you easier to harm if they do become violent. The fear of making the other person angry looms much larger over you then than it would in a moment when everyone was standing up, separated from each other, wearing their coats and shoes, and able to walk out the door. I read a good quote a couple months ago that describes my situation and which I repeat to myself as an affirmation or almost like a mantra whenever I question myself on that night. Compliance does not equal consent. I complied, but I did not consent. And I can't speak for Sam, but based on his words, it seems that he did not feel able to say no. So I would put him in that same category of possibly complying, but not consenting. In addition to that conflict between the power dynamic and the vulnerability of the moment, there was also another factor that may have inhibited Sam from saying no, a factor that neither Sam nor James mentioned in their videos. And that's probably because they technically broke the law by involving this factor, so they probably didn't want to talk about it. But I have evidence of it, so I'm going to talk about it in just a minute. Anyway, when Sam got home, he and James had a cute little goodnight text. Nothing alarming here, thank God. And they kept in touch after that night in the Seattle hotel room. And this is where it gets messy. Remember before when Sam said that his sister convinced him to DM James in the first place? Well, turns out that was the first of many times that Sam would say that his friends and family were pressuring him to keep talking to James, even though...
At that point, I already knew that I was not attracted to him, nor was I bisexual or gay. I knew in my heart that I was completely straight. I, in all honesty, led James on because my friends and family pressured me so much to continue. They went on my phone and they typed stuff out, and I just kind of let it happen. Like I said, I have a shy personality, and I didn't want to let this opportunity go because everyone was telling me this is a big opportunity. Just pretend to be gay, pretend to be bisexual for this. It broke a lot of moral codes for me, and it was hard, but I just kept going with it because I kept saying to myself, it's James Charles. Like, this is crazy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I kept going with it.
So there's a lot wrong here. First of all, if Sam is telling the truth, and, you know, he absolutely could be lying, but since we'll never know, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and for the sake of the video, let's say he's telling the truth. His friends and family are kind of scummy for pushing him to lead James on for, like, months. Secondly, Sam kinda sucks for giving into that pressure, although at the same time, he kinda doesn't. From the way I see it, Sam was sandwiched between two extreme pressures. One, the massive power imbalance of the influencer-fan relationship between himself and James, and two, the near constant pressure from his friends and family to keep talking to this celebrity because it was a big opportunity. We already know that the power imbalance was strong. Sam already described it as being a strong enough dynamic to keep him in the hotel room after he knew he was straight, making out with too much tongue James for like an hour because he didn't want to make him angry.
I didn't want to make him mad or piss him off, so I pretty much pretended like I was enjoying it.
And of course, nobody wants to disappoint their friends and family, especially if they don't come from wealth or power, because those are the people that matter the most in the world. I can understand Sam feeling a responsibility to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that wouldn't just benefit himself, but his whole family as well. Being backed into that corner, knowing that whatever choice you make, you'll anger or disappoint people who are important to you. It sounds like a very anxiety-inducing fight or flight or freeze or fawn situation. And I think we can see that Sam's response in that moment was to freeze. As he said, he just let it happen. According to him, he literally let other people write messages and send them to James, continuing this relationship that he didn't want. And no, that's not great or admirable of him. But before I blame Sam for giving in to that pressure, first and foremost, I blame his family and friends for manipulating him and taking advantage of his shy, soft-spoken, people-pleasing personality for their own potential gain. So, Sam's birthday was coming up on February 22nd, about a week after he and James started talking. James said he wanted to fly Sam out to LA for his birthday, but Sam was freaked out by that idea. Despite his friends pushing him to go and meet James again and use him for the clout, he sent James this text message admitting he was straight and he didn't know how to feel about being flown out because he wasn't attracted to him. But he had enjoyed getting to know him, so if James wanted to fly him out as a friend, that was cool too. In response, James declined the offer and canceled the flight. This sentence is going to be confusing because of the two he's in this situation, so just give me 1 second. James responded by telling Sam that he wasn't straight. So James is telling Sam that Sam was not straight. The timeline is a little fuzzy here, but it seems that over a period of 2 to 3 days, James and Sam had multiple conversations over Snapchat, FaceTime, DMs, and texts about Sam's sexual orientation. Sam was trying to tell James that he was straight, and James was trying to say that he showed signs of being bi or gay. Sam admits that it was not wrong of James to think that because he had led James on to think that. And that's how we ended up with this screenshot, where James tells Sam he's not straight. And I have to say, I am feeling the need to sidebar again. Remember how I was talking about that other factor that was present in the hotel room in Seattle that may have made it difficult for Sam to leave when he wanted to? Yeah, we're getting to that part now. In this screenshot that Sam provides, we're supposed to focus on the part where James says, "You're not straight no matter how many times you tell yourself." But have you noticed the section just above that? James, when you're drunk, the truth always comes out. So, Sam, not always. James, a few messages down. Yes, always. That sounds familiar. Where have I heard that before?
Most people at some point in their lives, in the right circumstances, with the right person, under the influence of either drugs or alcohol, are going to be willing to experiment and play with themselves and be more comfortable.
James, why are you doing shit with drunk people? Why the fuck are you doing sexual shit with drunk people? Drunk people cannot consent. First of all, both of you are under the legal drinking age, which is 21 here in the USA. Like it or not, that's probably why you didn't talk about the drinking in any of your videos used to. And I know a lot of people actually start drinking before then. I get it, but I'm just saying legally, neither of you should have been drinking, let alone drunk. But second of all, The more important part here, I really didn't think that I needed to clarify this, but when you say that you're not a drinker and you don't like alcohol, so we have reason to believe that you are the sober person in the room with the drunk person, James Charles, you do not get to do sexual shit to them. Now, I certainly don't know exactly what happened or didn't happen. There are several different actions that can fall under the umbrella of making out for an hour. All I know is that Sam said there was a lot of tongue, and James referred to a boner in the Nikita Dragon collab.
I know you had an amazing time because we knew what's going on down there.
But my point is, you do not live by different rules. Even you do not get to do sexual shit with a drunk person and then say,
everything that happened in the hotel room was 100% consensual.
And hold it over Sam's head in DMs as proof of his true sexual orientation that he's denying. That is filthy, manipulative, disgusting behavior, James Charles. It is absolutely reprehensible, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Anyway. After this conversation, James and Sam stopped talking for a little bit. Then James came to Sam asking for closure.
When he called me asking for closure, he went on to say that he's good at reading people and he thought I was still bisexual, and I didn't say yes and I didn't say no, but in his eyes he thought I was attracted to him again. So that night he offered to fly me out to LA again, and I went back and said no, I didn't want to use him for anything, and I declined his offer again.
Sam had voiced this sentiment in his earlier video as well.
At that point I was pretty sure I was straight. So I told him in a long text message that I am straight and that if he were to fly me out, I wouldn't think it was right if I wasn't attracted to him.
And let me note again that both of these videos were allegedly recorded before James put out No More Lies and talked about straight boys using him for clout all the time. So this seems to be Sam's own independent thought, born out of his own opinions and integrity, not said in response to James's remarks about that. Anyway, at this point, James and Sam stop talking for a while and things start to get a little weird behind the scenes on Sam's side. In my opinion, there's a real tone shift at this point in Sam's video. Let's watch it happen.
But in his eyes, he thought I was attracted to him again. So that night, he offered to fly me out to LA again, and I went back and said no, I didn't want to use him for anything, and I declined his offer again. After me and James officially stopped talking, I started thinking, and again with the pressure I was feeling from my friends and family, I thought I should try to get something out of this whole thing. And then the GAGE situation popped up.
Now, people have speculated heavily that the reason that Sam made this second video was because he was contacted by James's lawyers, and when I see the noticeable difference in his body language and speech patterns throughout the second half of this video, I do start to feel a little sus about it. Admittedly, he is nervous throughout the entire video, but starting at about 3 minutes and 59 seconds.
After me and James officially stopped talking,
his posture becomes more stiff and closed. He starts to sound more like he's forcing himself to say words that he does not agree with. However, before this, while he was still nervous, he still looked and sounded more relaxed to me overall. I certainly can't confirm or deny anything about lawyers and Sam and why he made this video. But I'm just saying, it leads me to wonder.
It leads me to wonder!
Anyways, as we saw, after he and James had officially stopped talking, Sam says he was still getting pressured by his friends and family until he thought he should try to get something out of the whole thing. That phrase especially feels so forced. Then, in a moment of serendipity, the whole GAGE situation became public and blew up. In his first video, Sam portrayed it like this.
He was also, at the same time, talking to GAGE. And I found this out after GAGE released his video explaining his side of the story with James. And then I was just done with him. I didn't want to have anything to do with him after that, after finding out that he was kind of playing two guys 2 straight guys at the same time.
In the second video, Sam takes a moment to clarify.
He would block Gage and then talk to me, and then not talk to me and talk to Gage. So there weren't any direct moments where he was talking to both of us at the same time, and I want to clarify that.
Now let me ask you, why would Sam make a point to clarify this in his second video when, in effect, James going back and forth between these 2 straight guys, depending on his mood, was essentially the same as him talking to them both at the same time? Who is the one that looks better once Sam makes that clarification? Like I said, I cannot confirm or deny that lawyers were involved in Sam making this second video, but if I was James's lawyer, this is one of the clarifications that I would want Sam to make. So, Sam was feeling a lot of pressure from friends and family to make a video like Gage's, exposing his relationship with James and gaining followers from it. And after Tati published Bai's sister, he had the perfect opportunity to speak up. Now he had been anonymously mentioned in 2 videos. He figured he could ride a decent clout wave from that. So in early May, Sam started making his video with a little help from his friends. We at least know that he had a camera operator.
He started talking to the other employees about me, asking me if...
But it turns out his friends also helped with the evidence gathering process. James had Sam blocked at the time, so he couldn't get the screenshots that he needed from their DMs. So one of his friends texted James from their number saying he was Sam and that he was actually gay after all. Because of this, James unblocked Sam on all his socials, so Sam was able to go in and get the screenshots that he needed. James confirms this story with a more detailed retelling in No More Lies.
On May 2nd, Sam texted me from his friend's phone saying that he was fully gay and needed to talk to me about something important. I called him, and instead of talking about that, he asked me if I was talking to another guy at the same time that I was talking to him. I was a little bit confused as to why I was being asked this, but I did answer him honestly, and then I asked him what made him come to a conclusion with everything. To which he said, I'm actually not fully gay. After dealing with this a million times, I was frustrated, and I hung up. Sam texted me saying he was fully gay, but it was a trap to get me on FaceTime so he could illegally record the conversation to include in the video that he was planning later on.
We have footage of him admitting to it on FaceTime.
Later on, he texted me saying he was confirmed bi.
Obviously, Sam and his friends weren't caring too much about James's confusion and feelings by this time. Sam even admits in his second video that this impersonation and lying about his sexuality was completely wrong, they should not have done that, and he apologizes for doing it. I also don't think that Sam knew about the 2-party consent thing with video recordings, because that's a really specific law that you may not know about if you're not an experienced content creator or like film actor, TV actor, otherwise like involved in the business of working with video a lot. Once he got heat for that illegal recording of James on FaceTime, I think I remember him cutting it out of his original video. Since then, he has privated the whole thing, but I think there was a period of time where it was still up, but just that ending bit was trimmed out. Anyway, Sam made his first video and published it around May 13th, and in that video, he specifically says he's not making it for the clout, but to tell his side of the story. This was then contradicted by the second video, where he said he did make it for clout, painted James in a light that was not right, villainizing him for their own gain, that was wrong, and he apologizes. Which is exactly what I would want him to say in a follow-up video if I was James, or James's lawyer. Obviously, this is a particularly messy situation where both people did some wrong things. I think that James was wrong at the very start by flirting and trying so hard to get the phone number of a guy who was, one, at his job, working. It's inappropriate to do that, especially if it's a customer service position like that where they're required to treat you nicely or lose their job. And 2, being assumed by everybody there to be straight, including James. James assumed that he was straight. If James hadn't tried so hard to go after a straight guy, none of this would have ever unfolded. I also think that James was wrong for creating a situation in his hotel room where Sam felt like he couldn't say no. That wasn't necessarily an intentional action on James's part, but it was the obvious result of an inherent power imbalance since he claims to be really good at reading people. You'd think James would have noticed Sam's discomfort. As for Sam, I'm torn. Not gonna lie, I hardcore relate to his people-pleasing, non-confrontational nature. If he's telling the truth, rather than him taking advantage of James, I think that Sam was taken advantage of by his friends and family, and by James to a lesser extent, because of that people-pleasing aspect to his personality. Sam has some responsibility here because he didn't snatch his phone back from his friends and family, and he allowed them to DM James on his phone, and he let things get out of hand. But when I look at a situation like this one, where someone is really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and their biggest sin is being such a people pleaser that he ended up giving in to negative pressure from others, I tend to point the finger much more at the people pushing Sam into that pressure sandwich in the first place. James definitely repeated a few of his dangerously entitled patterns during this relationship, including his refusal to understand power dynamics in relationships, his 5-step boundary-pushing process when he was asking to fly Sam out to LA for his birthday, his emotional withholding in response to not getting what he wanted, and, in my opinion, his Hannah Montana double standard for how he wants to be treated depending on what's convenient to him. This one has a couple of bases. One, the fact that he was going back and forth between talking to Gage and Sam depending on his mood, which is behavior that I'm certain he would forbid if he found out that his partner was doing it. And two, his attitude in the footage that I'm not allowed to show you, that footage that Sam had to delete from the end of his video, but that is readily available and relatively easy to find on YouTube. Sam FaceTimes James to ask him about Gage, and as bitchy as you might think James sounds when he knows he's on camera, just imagine him being confronted by Sam for flirting with Gage at basically the same time as him. James being confronted by a plebeian? What'll we do, Shirley? Oh, my pearls! James's entitlement is tangible in that conversation, and so is Sam's frustration upon hearing James nonchalantly admit to talking to Gage in the same time period as him, and honestly sounding like he's getting offended that Sam is asking. Like, why would Sam be upset about that? Jesus. It makes my skin crawl. I absolutely hate it. So, as we can see, James's dangerous entitlement was at a peak in the spring of 2019. He had these two overlapping situations with guys and the Sugar Bear hair scandal with Tati, all three of which were private problems that were handled publicly. When Tati published By Sister, a few other people felt emboldened to come forward with their own stories of James's interactions with them as well, including Zara Larson, who he mentions in No More Lies and makes a bad comparison between her public tweet and his private DM to her boyfriend, as well as singer Sebastian Javier, who felt uncomfortable with James persistently flirting with him, and a few others. In my last video, I mentioned that Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson were somewhat involved in the release of By Sister. For the sake of time, I'm honestly not going to address it much here, other than to say that, based on everything that came out in 2019 and 2020, it seems that Jeffree and Shane were very jealous of James Charles and took advantage of Tati's existing frustrations with him, encouraged her to make this video, and fed her disturbing allegations about James that ultimately were never confirmed. At least not publicly that we are aware of. Because other people who'd had experiences with James were brave and came forward and told their stories, the same end result was achieved even though those original allegations remained unconfirmed. But basically, yeah, the two of them were in the background meddling and very much encouraging this video to happen, even though they technically were not the ones to film, edit, and upload the video. There's like a million videos on YouTube about this topic. I'm not going to go into it too much, but just in case this is new to you, they were involved for their own purposes, and at the end of the day, they reaped their own reward. At the end of it all, James released No More Lies, which, again, we will discuss in more detail in my next video, but which was mostly made to combat and disprove the claims against him of being a predator. And honestly, especially looking back at that video with 2022 eyes, he really didn't do that. He gave his side of the story, but he still did what he was accused of. He actively tried to date multiple straight guys, and whether he meant to or not, he used his power and fame to try to get them to behave sexually in his favor. In the case of Sam, in By Sister, it kind of didn't matter what happened after that night at the restaurant because it unfolded from that one wrong action of James, a gay guy, pursuing a guy that everybody in the room thought was straight, and turns out he was. Shocker! James treats No More Lies like his personal benchmark for a powerful, convincing YouTube video that proved the haters wrong and cleared his name, but I've really never felt that way about that video. Back in 2019, I remember watching No More Lies and thinking, well, that was a lot of information he just gave me, but I still don't feel right. I don't feel like he answered all the questions, and I don't feel right about James Charles. It was an unpopular opinion at the time. For the next 2 years or so, it was unpopular. But I am glad that I carried that skepticism with me, because as much as James Charles ended No More Lies by acknowledging that his ego was getting the best of him and promising that he would change, that didn't happen. What I mean is this. As we saw in the last video, after No More Lies, James's public life got a whole lot less scandalous. However, I believe that James kept his dangerously entitled mindset long past May of 2019. So if you're asking, Hannah, why have you spent countless hours on all this shit that's so old? None of this even matters. He's changed. He's grown. I give you a resounding, no. That's just what he wants you to think. His entitled habits became a lot less public. Like he probably hired a great PR team and was advised to start less stupid Twitter fights. But in my opinion, he just shifted all that energy away from his public life and into his private life, especially his dating life. In fact, one of the things that frustrates me the absolute most is that despite James making all these promises in No More Lies to change and grow and learn all of these lessons and debunk his ego, most of the 2021 allegations that were brought against him are things that happened after he put out No More Lies. That's right. After going through a massive public scandal where he was accused of being a predator and vaguely shut down the rumors, he felt so emboldened by his success, in my opinion, that he continued to go about dating in an inappropriate way, as evidenced by all of these stories that came forward in 2021 with events happening in 2020 and 2019. It's insane to me. So we're going to journey through these stories that came forward in 2021 much more quickly than the last two that we just dissected, thank God. And I'm going to point out all of the ways that James Charles's dangerous entitlement continued to show up in his private life. We're going to go hunting for these toxic patterns we saw before, and we'll find any new ones that pop up as well. These stories are so important when it comes to whether or not James should be deplatformed, because they're a clear example of how he, one person, a powerful young influencer, has a direct negative impact on individual audience members that he would not have if he was not a big famous YouTuber. James's entitlement is not just a character flaw, but is a truly dangerous weapon against his audience. And if the past 5 years have taught us anything, it's that he will never put that weapon down of his own accord. Now, this is going to be a bit of a rough section, but we can get through it together, okay?
But before we get into all that jazz, I figured let's take another quick cat break. Is it too many breaks for one video? I don't know. One could argue that this is too many hours for one video, so I figured I might as well be liberal with the number of breaks as well. Anyway, take a minute hanging out with this little fuzzball, who just recently turned 1 year old, by the way. Can I get some happy birthday Jupiter in the chat? It's a good time to get up and stretch, refill your drink, take a minute, whatever you need to do, and then we'll get back into the video after that. All right?
Let's dive into this shit.
Part 4, the allegations.
So, as we know, after the Bi-Sister scandal in 2019, James Charles took a short sister sabbatical and then got back into content creation with the internet on his side, We heard a lot less from him in terms of scandals until March 2020, when there was a situation with a boy allegedly baiting James during his ill-advised TikTok bachelor competition that he was running. A channel with great coverage of this story and all the other ones that we're talking about today is Spill, who has been a major resource for this video, and all their videos that I refer to will be linked below. Go check them out. So basically, in this situation, James was holding his TikTok bachelor thing where he made an ad about himself and then asked guys who are interested in him to message him or duet his TikTok.
Hi, James here. I can't believe I'm making this video right now, but I feel like this can't hurt, and I don't think it'll turn into a scandal either, so I guess here goes nothing. I made one major observation after downloading TikTok a few weeks ago, and that is that this app is pretty much a dating app. Let's be real. Everyone on here is either in a very cute relationship or is painfully single, and unfortunately for me, I fall into that second group of people. Surprise, surprise. In 2020, however, I'm trying to change that. Okay, I'm trying to put myself out there a little bit more, and I want to get wiped up. So I want to play TikTok Bachelor. My name is James Charles. I'm 20 years old and I am 5'10". I live in Los Angeles, California, and I am a beauty YouTuber. So sometimes I look pretty, and when I don't look pretty, I have a pretty fun personality to make up for it. I'm a very hard worker, but in my free time, I like horror movies, escape rooms, singing with friends, eating at new restaurants, and also I have fun nails for back scratching and cuddling. If those things are of interest of you and you are a male, leave me a comment down below, or I guess duet this video. Oh my god, what have I done?
A straight 17-year-old boy responded, chatted with James, and then tried to flip the script and expose James. Now, that's not good, obviously. And I'm not saying that what he did is right if he had bad intentions the whole time. However, let me just say that if James had learned from the bi-sister scandal and had this big old wake-up call like he claimed, he wouldn't have even held this bachelor competition thing for this exact reason. Here we see James clearly not understanding power dynamics, even after Tati directly called him out about it very publicly. We also see James responding to a person who specifically mentioned that he was a fan of his.
The boy shared DMs between the two. He messaged James first, and James responded, "I saw it, haha." The boy replied, pretending to be a fan. "I've been a fan for so long, lol. I'm so happy you responded. I'm literally shaking."
If that doesn't scream power imbalance, I don't know what does. James should have recognized the power dynamic immediately and stopped the conversation as soon as he found out this was his fan. But he didn't. Instead,
James responded, "Send me a vid on here telling me about yourself."
This is a big red flag for me, because when he went on Impulsive in July of 2020, James said this.
You won't date a fan? No.
Which is it, Jimmy? You're putting out a TikTok to find a man, so obviously most of the people who see it will be your followers, aka your fans. So what do you mean you don't date your fans? Isn't that exactly what you were trying to do? Now, I'm not here to say that this kid was right for what he did. He definitely queerbaited so that he could make a TikTok go viral. But I am here to say that James shares responsibility for situations like this. The conversation didn't go beyond James asking the boy for a video introducing himself, but once James saw this expose TikTok from this boy, it should have been another wake-up call for him about checking the ages of people he was communicating with before asking for a video. Like, thank God that kid didn't reply, especially with something inappropriate. That situation could have become really criminal really fast, and James narrowly escaped that. But of course, instead of taking responsibility for his part of this conversation with a minor, James turned himself into a 100% victim.
This happens weekly at this point. Some guy slides in my DMs or matches with me claiming they're interested. We talk for a few days, and once they have enough recorded content for a TikTok or tweet, they post it and claim they're straight. It's queerbaiting and it's pathetic. James continued in a thread, explaining people gave him mixed responses, which makes it difficult to date. The funniest, most embarrassing part of this is that almost every single one of them actually flirted, sent inappropriate photos, or came crawling back after their post went viral to apologize and say that they were actually still interested. I have my receipts on them all. Not to bring up old tea, but this shows that this stuff is very real. It was happening before my scandal and continues to happen even more now. Many boys are closeted, curious, or clout hungry and will do anything for attention. It makes dating extremely difficult and confusing.
The thing is, James, this isn't just some guy doing this. It's a minor responding to a call that you put out, inviting people to message you. Yes, he was queer baiting and clout chasing. I'm not here to dispute that. But he was 17 years old. He actually put out a statement saying that while he was clout chasing, he was not trying to queerbait. And he made it clear that he had previously been ignorant to the issue of queerbaiting for anybody, but especially for James and other celebrities. This boy got a lot of hate and had to private his TikTok in the aftermath. And I'll just say, Jimothy, you wanted a lot of grace for the ignorant shit that you did online when you were 17. So I would think that you could dish out a similar amount of grace to other 17-year-olds, instead of dragging them and taking no responsibility for your part in the situation. As it turns out, his wrong doesn't make you right. That was the last public news story about James's personal life until 2021, when the floodgates opened and a bunch of guys came forward with allegations of what James had been up to in his personal life for the past few years. The best way to absorb these stories, in my opinion, is by watching the videos from that time, from like February to March of 2021, that were created by a channel called Spill here on YouTube. These videos are complete, unbiased, evidence-based collections of all the allegations that came out against James in 2021, pre-cancellation. They collected all the receipts for us, so they have been a very reliable source for my videos on this subject. Let's mix things up a little bit for this section. Let's do this kind of reaction style to Spill's videos, because I just don't want to sit here and talk at you for like another hour. So we'll review their 2 videos that list the allegations against James, and together we'll see what kind of patterns we can pick up among these videos. There are a few that I'm going to skip over because Spill starts their videos with the big accusations from 2019 about GAGE GOMEZ, Sam Cooke, Tassie Westbrook, and I've already talked about these at length. Then they go into the other allegations that were made. And before I even get into it, let's keep in mind, these are allegations. I am speculating about allegations. I am not saying any of this is factual, so you don't have to sue me if you see this video, James Charles. Thank you so much. All right, class, let's go over these allegations against James Charles. Trigger warning continually throughout this video. Essay allegations or sexual harassment allegations and various weirdness, especially toward children, allegations.
Someone using Tinder claimed they saw James list himself as female on his Tinder account. The person theorized James may have been trying to show up on straight men's swipe list.
Honestly, this is going to show up in a couple places. Multiple dating websites listed as a female, even though he is a gay guy looking for a guy. The dating profiles thing I'm going to get to later because it seems counterproductive to what he wants, unless he has ulterior motives. I don't know, I'm speculating. Let's move on.
Sebastian Javier, a musician, accused James of being overly flirty by being too touchy and calling him uncomfortable names.
He says, "We all turned out going to an escape room, and that night I noticed him constantly trying to be touchy with me and overly compliment me. A little forward, crossing boundaries. But I just took it as him being friendly. Then, after the escape room, we, his friends, him and I, went to his house to just hang out. As soon as we got to his house, he kept trying to be alone with me and tried to get his friends out of the room. As soon as they started to leave, he just went and hugged me really tight and started calling me names, which made me really uncomfortable." So this is definitely James pushing boundaries, physically and verbally, I guess, with the names. It doesn't matter if Sebastian was gay or straight or bi or whatever his sexual orientation was. If he wasn't into whatever James was offering, if he says no, James should respect that. I can also see a misunderstanding and disrespect of the power imbalance. I'm sure Sebastian Javier has a following, but he probably doesn't have the same type of following as James Charles does. Also, let's call enabled by friends, because why would you leave him alone in a room with somebody who was clearly uncomfortable with him? Sorry guys, I had to put my hair back. It is really hot and humid right now.
A video of James flirting with Shawn Mendes also resurfaced, where Shawn was juggling balls on Instagram Live and James commented, "Can you juggle me like that?" While Shawn didn't mind James's behavior, other people were not pleased with it.
We discussed this situation in the last video because this was a public thing that happened publicly on an Instagram Live, but to me it seems very much like a situation of pushing the boundaries of at least what's acceptable in public society. I feel like when you shoot your shot like that in front of a bunch of fans, it is a little bit of an exertion of your power dynamic, because then the fans start talking about it, especially because Shawn ended the live right after James said that. The fans could be like, OMG, Shawn and James, because Shawn's sexual orientation had been very much discussed no matter how many times he said he was straight. So again, I'm gonna say power dynamics. Not that he's necessarily more powerful than Shawn, so much as the dynamic over the fans. I'm also gonna call it a little bit of Hannah Montana, because that's very much like a normal person thing for a normal person to do, and it wouldn't be taken seriously. But because he's James Charles, it is a big deal. He's not recognizing the impact of him saying something like that with the audience and the platform that he has.
A DM from February 2019 was shared by Instagram model Jay Alvarez, showing James calling him hot. Jay responded he's straight, and James stopped responding.
So James stopped responding after learning he was straight. So this is certainly, in my opinion, not the worst of the worst, because he took the hint and stopped, you know. I know that James has one of the largest followings on Instagram, so there's definitely still a power dynamic there in that sense. But this is not the worst of the worst. In fact, I will put a little smiley face because James did what was right in this one section of this situation, not the whole thing. Not that you can never DM somebody that you're interested in, but I think it's different when you're James Charles. You have millions and millions of followers. You have a lot of power. James shouldn't be going around just messaging influencers because he's such a huge influencer. It's not going to be the same conversation as you would have with somebody who's on the same, like, status level as you. The way that you can tell if it's a Hannah Montana thing, if the situation looks totally fine, but it's James Charles, it's a Hannah Montana issue, it's a power dynamic issue.
A video from April 2019 resurfaced of James flirting with Jeff Wittick, a member of the Vlog Squad.
James, clear this up first. Jeff is a straight man.
Have you ever hooked up with a guy before?
No.
You should try it sometime.
No, I can't.
While they seemed to be joking with each other, people were still not happy with James's behavior.
Just like the Shawn Mendes one, this is another kind of refresher of a situation that we discussed in the last video. And that situation is more of what I just described, where when you're influencers on the same level as each other talking, then that's better. But also they're on camera in James's studio. When you're filming a video with somebody, you don't know what their editor is going to keep in or cut out. You have to kind of play along and be, you know, oh, it's fine, we're joking. Like, these are the types of jokes you can make together off camera, and Jeff can let you know in a safe way if it's actually funny to him or not. But when it's on camera, he has to play along. Ah, Jupiter. He almost knocked over my camera. So let's call this one kind of the same three again. Pushing the boundaries, the power dynamic of not necessarily James being more powerful than Jeff, but the fact that they were filming a video in James's set, and the Hannah Montana thing. If it wasn't James Charles, it would be a much more normal situation. They wouldn't be on camera making a YouTube video if they were just normal kids being normal kids.
A video from April 2019 resurfaced of James and Nikita Dragun admitting they both like straight men.
We also have very similar
taste
in guys too.
Hot,
masculine,
straight.
So, the Nikita Dragun video. And can I just mention, both of these videos came out like right before Bye Sister. So these would have been even more impactful to kind of come to light back then. But, yeah, this Nikita Dragun video is full of problematic takes. It's not good to promote the idea of gay boys lightheartedly, laughingly liking straight men and going after straight men. Again, it's that boundary. If someone tells you that they're straight, believe them. So again, for this one, we're going to put pushing boundaries and power dynamics. Not the power dynamic between James and Nikita, so much as between James and their audiences. His refusal to recognize that and behave according to that power imbalance.
In early May, someone accused James of catfishing his high school soccer team by pretending to be a girl. The person alleged James was trying to get intimate photos from them.
This one is going to go in the same bucket as this one up here, which is more more delicate than I thought it would be, and it's going to be discussed in their own separate moment together. Actually, I'm going to change these question marks. Why do these stars suck? 2 different people from his high school have come forward with this claim, so I am prone to believe that it did happen in some way. The other thing that I'll mention is that James was a minor when he did this. That doesn't make it okay, but I just think that it's helpful context. We'll get into that later.
In early July, James tweeted at Faye Sway complimenting his looks, but 10 minutes later deleted his tweet when he realized Sway was 16 years old.
19 is a weird age, so is like 18, where you're like technically legally an adult, but also you still kind of look like a kid, all of your friends still kind of look like kids. So I understand him as a 19-year-old flirting with a 16-year-old without realizing that they were 16. I'm not as weirded out by him doing that back in 2019 as I would be if he was doing it now, which we're gonna get to those stories coming up. Ultimately, he realized that FaZe was 16 and he stopped tweeting at him. However, is FaZe Sway gay? Because I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna say that he's straight because he's using the word gay toward other people as an insult, and if he was gay, he wouldn't do that. So again, it is a little bit weird for James as a gay guy to be tweeting compliments at a straight guy. Thinking along these lines of sexual orientation being a boundary, I'm going to call this boundary pushing. And we are going to keep it pushing. We're going to run out of room on this board.
The 5th big accusation came from Ethan Andrew, a 14-year-old TikToker. He said he did not tell James his age, but argued it's publicly available on famous birthdays. Ethan said James sent him intimate photos at the time. However, it seems Ethan provided a different name on TikTok than famous birthdays, which may make it difficult to search for his profile.
So Ethan was born in September of 2004, so to this day he's still not 18. Apparently he was 14 at the time that James was sending him nudes. This is a big enough of an age gap where I do think there's an issue. As a 19-year-old, I could identify when a 14-year-old was in the room. So Ethan did not tell James his age, which leads me to believe that James did not ask. Remember before, when we were talking about the story of Sam, James went out of his way to verify Sam's age without being prompted to do so. So James knows how to do that. Obviously, James was in a one-to-one conversation with this guy and could have and should have just asked him, "How old are you?" before sending nude pictures to a stranger online. Definitely some boundary pushing here. Ethan didn't talk about a power imbalance necessarily in this coming forward that he did, but there is an inherent power imbalance among James and most individual social media influencers. If I remember correctly, James's big line in response to the Ethan Andrews story was that it was all clout-chasing nonsense or whatever. It's hard to say that when there are pictures of your naked body on that boy's phone. Like, how else was he gonna get those? That's the kind of thing that makes it the Hannah Montana double standard of how he wants to be treated, depending on what's convenient to him. And we're running out of room. Good thing I have backup. Now we're getting to the more recent stuff that started coming out in 2021.
The sixth accusation comes from 16-year-old Isaiah. On February 26, Isaiah compiled Snapchat screenshots revealing his racy conversation with 21-year-old James. In one of the Snapchats, James asked Isaiah for private photos.
He, James, was pleasuring himself the whole time and wanted nude pictures of my body for his pleasure. Send me a vid where you put your phone down in the shower and record hands-free, you flexing and showing off your muscles and hair, hee.
In another Snapchat, James expressed interest in seeing Isaiah's body hair and flexed body.
I bet you can make me finish by just flexing and showing off your hair, body hair in parentheses to clarify, haha, without even taking your dick out. Again, with it being James Charles, the millionaire celebrity, asking for these things, it's different. It is different.
Isaiah received several booty photos from James.
Can I just mention, the booty photos that are shown here are the same ones that were sent to Ethan Andrew? How lazy.
Isaiah also claimed James should have known his age as it was clearly displayed on his TikTok, which was linked on his Instagram page. James immediately put out a statement revealing Isaiah initially claimed to be 18 years old and later admitted he was 16. When he heard this news, James said he apologized for flirting and stopped talking to Isaiah. However, Isaiah claimed James knew of his real age and still flirted with him.
James, we both know I blocked you. You never asked for my age. After I told you I was 16, you proceeded to ask me for nudes and said it didn't matter. You called me hot and said, quote, I wish the timeline could speed up so you can be 18.
On February 27th, someone posted a Twitter thread in support of James Charles. They said they also interacted with Isaiah when he was 14, who allegedly lied about his age at the time. They said Isaiah lied about being 17 and sent intimate photos where he was drunk and high.
So again, we have age gaps and figuring out age. Again, we're at a 5-year age difference. As a 21-year-old, I could look at a 16-year-old and say, I don't know if that person is an adult. This other person comes forward with this story about Isaiah lying about his age in the past. Whether or not this is true, the person who posted this story was 17 at the time, so both of them were minors. And while, yes, that's not good to lie about your age, there's no illegality happening there. This is one of those situations where, if it was a one-off and we had the second person coming forward to verify that Isaiah had lied in the past, if it was only this, I could give James the benefit of the doubt and say, be more careful. But again, Isaiah's age was publicly available in his TikTok profile. James knows how to check people's ages. For me, anytime James is sending nudes to people, I'm going to call it a Hannah Montana because he wants to be able to live a normal girl life and send intimate photos to people that he's talking to without it going viral. But he's forgetting that he's James Charles. And for sure, we have a power dynamic going on here. When a celebrity messages you, you treat them differently than some random dude messaging you. And I'm gonna go ahead and say that third of all, we have boundary pushing, but especially the 5-step boundary pushing process. Because just those 2 Snapchats that we read, it sounds to me like James asking for something Isaiah is not immediately willing to give him, and James needs to coax him to do it. Hate that. Absolutely hate that. If you're talking about nudes, dude, ew. Come on.
The 7th accusation comes from Twitter user Life of Uzzy, who claimed to be 16 years old at the time of his incident. On February 27th, Uzzy revealed he reached out to him in 2019, right after his drama with Tati and Sam Cooke.
This all happened during the whole Tati scandal. I actually reached out to him because I felt bad for him.
He said James was nice at first, but then became flirty and asked for intimate photos.
Things started to get really weird because he started asking me for pics of this thing over here, and I was like, what the fuck do I do? Do I send it? I didn't know what to do. I know a lot of you guys were saying, oh, you could have blocked him, blah, 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 but the thing is, when you're talking to somebody that you look up to, it's not as easy to do so. I did mention to him that I suffer from anxiety, depression, and that I said I came out of a very toxic relationship. He didn't seem to give a shit about that, and I feel like his biggest concern was how big my was. Anyways, after sending him a couple Snapchats, he started to question my confidence because I wouldn't send him a specific video that he wanted.
James says, LMAO, you not confident or something? Hello? Ozzy sends something, it gets opened. James says, you've sent me that same image like 4 times, LOL. So obviously he's trying not to send whatever the specific thing is that James is looking for.
Which I find very, very disrespectful.
Their interaction got heated at 4 a.m.
I'm on video call with him and I'm like, oh, why aren't you talking? And he goes, oh, I have to text, I can't talk, which is obviously very weird. I told him I heard my parents wake up and he goes, oh, can't you go to the bathroom where your family can't walk in, LOL.
So he knows that this person is young enough that they're living with their parents. For a lot of people, that indicates being under 18 years old.
I literally said to him, I'm tired, I need to sleep. It's like 4 a.m. and I said that my parents are gonna wake up, I need to sleep. And he didn't care. Like he kept putting that under the rug. He's like, yo, go to the bathroom, do this, do that. And when I didn't do what he wanted to give me a whole lot of attitude because I didn't want to do what he wanted. Like, do you not have respect?
Ozzy said the situation made him anxious and he felt James used him to get intimate pictures.
Just this situation alone is a perfect example of that dangerous entitlement mentality, where he's willing to hurt other people to get what he wants. I don't need to explain every single thing that went wrong here. You're a smart audience, you can see this. But one thing I'll point out, isn't it interesting, one would say ironic, that this whole situation happened directly after the bi-sister scandal? 2 years growing and changing? So I'm gonna call the obvious here, which is pushing boundaries. We'll throw in a Hannah Montana because, again, he's behaving in a way that, was it an average person, it wouldn't be okay, but it would be somebody that, like he said, would be easier to block and just move on. But I'm also going to throw in just a flat-out dangerous entitlement because of how clear and obvious it is in this situation. I'm not going to lie, the way that James is ordering around this person and Isaiah in the moment, expecting immediate replies, it sounds to me so much like the type of thing that James might have experienced on Omegle when he was 12. For him to be 19 years old and to know what happened to him when he was 12 and to carry out basically the same type of behavior onto other people, one, to me, that's another sign that I really, really doubt if he went to therapy for that. And 2, he should know better regardless of if he went to therapy. If something hurt you, don't do it to other people.
The 8th accusation comes from a 17-year-old Twitter user. Also on February 27th, they shared DMs with James, stating their conversation never got sexual, but he found it weird that James still wanted to talk to him after learning he was 17.
It looks like the initial conversations with James happened, it says July and January. They were shared in February, so it looks like between 2020 into 2021. So yeah, during those 2 years of James showing a lot of growth and change. I'm glad that it never got sexual in that moment, but if they kept flirting after learning he was 17, that's different than just a normal friendly conversation. So for flirting with a 17-year-old, I'm going to give him at least a pushing boundaries. And probably all the other ones are in there somewhere too. I'm just running out of room again, so I'm not going to repeat everything that's not explicitly mentioned.
After these new accusations came out, an old video from July 2020 resurfaced of James describing his ideal man on the Impulsive podcast. James spoke about how young he likes his men.
I'm not physically attracted to older guys, which sucks. Like, I would date, like, the absolute youngest, like 18, 19 that looks a little bit older, or like 24 that like has a young personality.
Okay.
James said he's 21, but described his mentality as being much older.
But I have the mentality of a 40-year-old.
Yeah.
James said a lot of the guys he's into are bi or are TikTok boys that can't pick up their life and move to LA right away or are not ready for a relationship. James also admitted he had a thing for straight guys, but he is now over it. However, he said straight guys will still try to hit on him and hook up with him, but are not willing to make things official.
And like, sure, it's a fun hookup, like never opposed, but like that never turns into anything real because they're not comfortable enough with themselves to be with an actual guy.
James says plenty of toxic things in this clip. I will link this clip from Impulsive in its entirety in my source document. This isn't about James explicitly doing anything to anybody, but you can hear about his mindset here, and there are some red flags. So let's call it just that. And again, this was in 2020, during the 2 years of growing and changing. All right, I am running out of time and battery, so I'm going to try to speed this along a little bit more.
Another old video from May 2017 resurfaced of James talking about when he realized he was into men.
So they talk about the Omegle video here, which we have already discussed at length. I don't feel like I need to put it up here on the board. Okay, that's everything for the first spill video. Let's go to the second one.
On March 31st, another alleged victim came forward with screenshots of Snapchat conversations between him and James. Alleged victim Alex Amami claimed to be 16, but later deleted his accusation video. It's unclear why the video was deleted. Alex shared inappropriate messages from James commenting on his body and encouraged him to send a shirtless photo. One screenshot even shows James telling Alex he gave off big dick energy.
If these are shown in order, the conversation goes, do you have a nice body? It would literally take you 30 seconds to send a pic like this, ha ha ha. Do you shave your body? Just take a pic, dumbass. Ah, okay, got it. You give off big dick energy, lol.
Another screenshot asked for roadhead.
So again, this is an allegation from a person who allegedly was 16. I wonder if James verified their age. Also, James needs to get banned off of at least Snapchat because that's where the majority of this stuff goes down and I hate it. I'm gonna go ahead and say pushing boundaries. James's aggressive bullying, trying to convince this person to send photos or videos that apparently he was not willing to send the first time that James asked. And of course, the power imbalance is inherent here. I'm not gonna write it down because again, I'm trying to save space, running out of room.
You may remember in early May 2019, someone accused James of catfishing his school's soccer team for adult photos. A second person came forward on March 31st, 2021, claiming to be James's hometown friend.
I've never seen it really go like publicly or anything, but I've talked to so many people in the 518 about like James Charles and they're like, oh my god, you know the catfish situation? Like, we all know it, but all the people from his hometown just don't say anything. Like, what?
We do have a second person supporting the catfishing claims, so I'm just gonna underline that. For sure, we'll box it.
On April 1st, James uploaded a video to his YouTube channel titled Holding Myself Accountable. In his video, James issued an apology.
We're going to talk about that video more in my next and final episode of this series. So just for the sake of the timeline, this is when this video came out. Suffice it to say, this video was not taken well.
On April 3rd, Jake Cherry claimed he was 16 when he interacted with James. Jake said after sharing some of James's messages
during December of 2020, Jake shared a few honestly innocuous messages from James, Snapchats, saying, "Good night, cutie," and "that would be so cute," like, not a big deal.
James sent him angry messages.
James, what the fuck is your problem? Posting screenshots of my snaps to you on your private story? I strongly recommend that you keep my name out of your mouth or we're going to have a major problem. I'd love to remind you that you are the one who called me cute and said you were bisexual and into me. I'm sorry, did Jake accuse you of anything? James, I'm so confused.
And accused him of lying about his age.
Jake responds, "Hold up." James says, "Get a life and respect people's privacy." Jake, we already talked about this. James, that's a complete lie, you idiot. You're backpedaling because you got caught. Bullying. Thank you. Jake, no bad intentions whatsoever. James, don't ever speak about me again. I added you and minded my own business until you called me cute and started flirting. I can't figure out the other two words. Lying about your age to bait someone is against the law, by the way. Jake, I didn't delete anything. And which messages? James, the messages of you admitting you lied about your age. I saved them and they're gone. Jake, IDK, but I can promise you I didn't delete anything. So again, we have the age disclosure issue, which, again, if James would recognize his power imbalance over just about anybody he communicates with on social media, then he would know that he always needs to double check and verify people's ages. In his second apology video called An Open Conversation, he said that he had learned that, and moving forward from when he posted that in July of 21, he was gonna super double triple verify people's ages. But you also don't have to be a celebrity to know that you need to double triple check people's ages. You're an adult. Act like an adult. But we're going to call it power imbalance.
Also on April 3rd, another alleged victim came forward. David Diaz uploaded a TikTok showing news articles about the allegations against James, followed by Snapchats and Instagram DMs they had allegedly received from James. The caption of the TikTok read, "Uh-oh, I'm 18 though," but the alleged victim's TikTok account had his age listed as 16.
So this is just the person coming out to say, hey, James also talked to me. And also, in a few of these recent conversations, I'm not seeing any conversation about sexual orientation. It is present in Jake Cherry's story, but I'm not sure about Alex Amami, and I definitely don't see it in David Diaz's story. Do we have a pattern of behavior of James just being a dumbass? Because his TikTok bio says that he's 16 and a half, so let's just call it irresponsibility. When we have situations like this where if James had done 1 ounce of looking on social media like he knows how to do, he would have realized he was talking with a minor. New pattern of behavior, general irresponsibility.
On April 5th, alleged victim Henry Lopez claimed he was 16 years old when he interacted with James. He shared alleged DMs with James where Henry offered to share adult content of himself and James said sure. The caption of the video read, "OMG, I feel so embarrassed, but at the time was 16 and under the influence of but he could have said stop, regret it so much." In the comments, someone warned the alleged victim they could be sued if they weren't telling the truth. They responded, "For what? Ain't lying, have screen recorded too." Henry's account was later deleted or banned from TikTok. The reason is unclear.
All these people making allegations against James are getting their TikToks banned. How odd. Also, James, why in God's name are you just accepting random pictures from random strangers? There's no age check, just owning child porn, aka CP. If it's sent to you and you never asked for it, just having it on your computer is a crime. Generally irresponsible in this one. There could be an element of power imbalance in here too, because I'm sure that the kid would not have offered to send his lewds or nudes or whatever he sent to just anybody out there in the world. The power imbalance is inherent in all of these situations. Just keep that in mind.
One of James's fans, Ridge, who was 21 years old at the time,
"We have an actual adult! Holy shit, hooray!"
came forward and exposed James for his questionable behavior. Ridge shared an old clip of James saying TikTok is basically a dating app.
I made one major observation after downloading TikTok a few weeks ago, and that is that this app is pretty much a dating app. Let's be real.
For context, in early January 2020, James announced he was looking for a boyfriend, bachelor style. At the time, he made a TikTok video and asked interested men to duet his video.
Which, just for holding that competition, I'm gonna put it generally irresponsible. Not just on this situation, but any situation related to that. Again, you don't know who could be sending you what. Come on, James.
Ridge entered The Bachelor of James Charles, and James added him on Snapchat.
Interesting that James held this competition on TikTok, but then when people started responding to him on TikTok, James adds them on Snapchat to talk to them there. Get him off of Snapchat, please.
Ridge said he stopped talking to James after he made him feel uncomfortable.
This is the only screenshot I have because after we started talking on Snap, I wasn't like the other boys where I was like taking a picture off a different device. I do want to say for the record, like I definitely was into him. Like I was the one who duetted the video. I wanted to talk to him, but I changed my mind. Like I just didn't like the way he was speaking to me, like demanding control. Like I don't know, just didn't vibe with me.
He said their encounter happened a year ago, and while people can change, Ridge said he doesn't think James has changed. Ridge also said James never asked him about his age and brought up a strange realization.
Another thing is we never talked about my age. Like at the time I definitely did look young. I was legal. I was 21 at the time, don't worry. But once I started growing out my facial hair, I don't know if this has any correlation. We kind of stopped talking because I don't know.
So Ridge was made uncomfortable by his conversation with James because James was being demanding and controlling, he was trying to say. He did not provide screenshots, but I trust his recollection. Let's call it pushing boundaries, because what the fuck else is it? And I'm going to go ahead and add the power imbalance thing. It's clear that this person was a fan or a follower of James. There's an influencer-fan relationship there. There's a power dynamic there. It's not good. There are a couple of these situations where James was getting real demanding. I would even go so far as to say that James was using that power imbalance if he was demanding and pushing him around.
On April 10th, James's alleged hometown friend made another TikTok to further explain the catfish situation. She said James would dress up as a girl and make different accounts to get pictures with boys in his high school and neighboring high school.
Is it just me, or does like everybody from the 518 just know that James Charles catfished his whole high school soccer team for all their news, and like nobody ever says anything?
She said there were a few reasons James allegedly did it.
So allegedly, one of the reasons why he came out with it was he got feelings for a guy and then thought it would go over better if he just was upfront about it, but it kind of blew up in his face. That's an alleged reason. Another alleged reason why he did it in the first place was because people were bullying him, but I don't know the validity of that.
She included screenshots showing other people agreeing with her story. As of the posting of this video, no one from the soccer team and neighboring school has come forward, but there is a possibility they are too embarrassed or traumatized.
We'll get into that later.
On April 11th, Luke Allman came forward on TikTok.
Can I just say, Luke Allman looks like a perfect amalgamation of Gage and Sam.
His TikTok showed screenshots of a conversation between him and James. The screenshots showed they exchanged multiple pictures on Instagram, and James had added him on Snapchat. Luke also shared a screenshot of him telling James his age, and James acknowledged it by saying, "still illegal." Luke claimed that even after he revealed his age, James still added him on Snapchat. On April 13th, Luke shared another TikTok revealing James allegedly sent him Snapchats asking him to come to LA even after he refused multiple times.
So here's where I'm a little confused. We don't know what types of photos were sent back and forth between James and Luke. It seems like if these screenshots are shown in chronological order, photos were sent before Luke told James he was under 18. They could have been inappropriate. They could have been plenty of Snapchats or just face up, you know? And I'm sure that that's why Luke was messaging James to ask for those photos to verify and clarify what exactly he sent him. Either way, about the Instagram stuff, the Snapchat ad apparently came after James knew he was under 18, and James is putting in the effort here to try to get him to come to LA. Two things. One, sounds a lot like the Sam scenario to me, and two, considering that Luke was underage, I certainly hope that the intention was not so that they could do stuff together without it being able to be recorded or screenshot because it wasn't in writing. Again, he's pushing boundaries with at least the 5-step process of Luke saying no and James asking again and again and no and again and ask and all that. And again, sending pictures before verifying age, if that's how it happened, generally irresponsible.
There was also an older allegation from January 25th. On January 25th, Hussein Beydoun said James commented on his TikTok video in August and added him on Snapchat right after. Hussein appeared to be 19 at the time of his conversation with James.
Oh, thank God, it's an adult.
Hussein said after he revealed he was straight, James asked if he was willing to experiment.
Holy fuck, he said he's straight, and James immediately asks if he's willing to experiment. If it doesn't come from them, it's not genuine. They've got to show the interest. Like, so many boundaries being crossed. I hate it.
Hussein shared a screen recording of James saying, "What are you worried for? It's not like anyone is actually there, like about to suck your dick or something."
James is pushing, convincing, again, pushing boundaries. As well as one tactic that has not come up so far, but is important here, James's questionable definition of sexual experimentation. Keep it in your pants, James. Holy fuck. And this was in 2020, by the way. August 2020. Changing and learning and growing, huh?
Hussein also mentioned James was hitting on multiple other guys while talking to him. Hussein also claimed James allegedly sent him an unsolicited photo of his private area. At the time, James commented on Hussein's exposed video claiming he's just mad James unadded him after months of not talking.
You are so weird for this. An exposed video because you're mad? I unadded you after months of not talking after you told me you were straight. Okay. The most victim-blaming ass shit. Trying to, like, publicly call out or publicly shame this guy is this very Hannah Montana, you wouldn't be exposing me if I was just a normal guy, but because I'm James Charles, oh, the victimhood. Yeah, because you're James Charles, you shouldn't be doing this. There is power imbalance here. There is general irresponsibility here. There's no room, is there? All right, so that's the end of Spill's list of allegations. Ooh, list of allegations. There's a lot happening here. I think we can all agree. The most consistent pattern of behavior here is James pushing boundaries, which is never okay. But it's even worse when you're talking to minors and when you're talking about important things like sexuality, dating, sending nudes and lewds, these very personal, vulnerable things. There's just too many commonalities to ignore in these instances. And they go straight from Life of Uzzy right after the bi-sister scandal and all of that, through 2020 with several of these allegations up till pretty recently. There's enough allegations with minors that it makes me wonder, okay, you've shown us that you know how to check people's ages. So are you checking their ages and continuing to talk with them anyway, especially in these scenarios where you're asking people for like pictures of their body hair? Ew. Or are you generally just that irresponsible that you just were not checking ages or double checking the age that they told you? And either way, if this is how you're acting with your platform, buddy, maybe you shouldn't have one. There's one element of this that we have not yet discussed, which is the catfishing claims with the soccer team and with Tinder. And there's another video I'm going to show you of him being found on Bumble, being listed as female. So I'm going to show you that video, and then we're going to talk about the catfishing issue, because it's a little more nuanced than just saying that he was catfishing. And then when we're done going over that, I know that all of these stories are in the past, and James has supposedly learned, grown, and moved on. But if this is what he was doing while he was learning and growing from the first situation, what evidence do we have that he has learned and grown more after the second situation? We don't know much at all about James's more recent dating life after July of 2021, when he came back to the internet with an open conversation. But the one story that we have seen, the story of Ricky Murda, is not encouraging at all. So finally, once we're done discussing the catfishing element, we're going to talk about Ricky Murda, the most recent example of how James is behaving in his dating life and whether he has learned, grown, changed, etc. Or if it's a facade, if he might never change, and if perhaps he needs to be deplatformed. Let's go.
Hello, Bo. I am James.
So everybody wants to know about James Charles. I'm gonna give the people what they want. And people are like, Bo, you're straight. How would you match with James Charles? He put himself as a woman on Bumble. So we matched. Now the girls respond first on that app, so he slid in with, hey, I'm James. And my straight innocent ass was like, oh yeah, let's be friends. Needless to say, he did not have the same motive. Then he started flirting with me and I was like, hold up, wait a minute. I was like, I respect you and everything you do, but like, that ain't me. I'm not into dudes. He was like, we'll see about that. I told him 4 times. That didn't seem to stop him though. The dude was down bad asking me, oh, send me this, send me that. When he realized I wasn't gonna budge, he blocked me on Snapchat. I met another person whose DMs he slid in. We shared each other's stories. Only difference between me and him, James actually flew him out and bought him a bunch of shit. And that dude's a verified TikTok.
So, something that we've seen a lot from James, especially if you follow him on Instagram, is that sometimes he dresses in a kind of traditionally female, feminine style. That does not mean that he's trans, and at least as of 2019, he has said that he is not trans and does not desire to transition.
If a guy was attracted to you, and most of them literally have only ever been with girls,
yes.
Would you consider him
No.
gay?
So I
wouldn't either.
was gonna say this
I
too.
wouldn't
because-
either.
So I identify as a boy, obviously.
Yes.
I do have male genitalia. I have a dick. And I'm very proud to be a boy. I'm not trans. That's a common question that I get as a boy in makeup all the time. Do I transition? No, I don't. I'm happy being a boy. But I refer to myself as she all the time. And I truly do feel like I embody a lot of things that a woman typically does.
James calls his fashion sense androgynous, and I feel like I need to talk about this a bit because it's very heavily related to the catfishing claims. The term androgynous is a little bit complicated because it means different things in different contexts. For example, when I first Googled the term androgyny, the first definition that came up was from the Encyclopedia Britannica. They use the word androgyny the same way that other people, Americans, use the word intersex, where it's specifically focused on your biology and being born with the bodily traits of more than one gender. The American definitions that I've seen focus specifically on a person's personality or their appearance, not their biology. For today, since James is American, I'm going to focus on the American definitions. The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines androgyny as the quality or state of being neither specifically feminine or masculine, the combination of feminine and masculine characteristics, the quality or state of being androgynous. Then it defines androgynous as having the characteristics or nature of both male and female, neither specifically feminine or masculine, suitable to or for either sex, and they use the example of androgynous clothing for that one, having traditional male and female roles obscured or reversed. But I think the University of Colorado's definition is probably the most updated and definitely the most concise. They say androgynous, identifying and or presenting as neither distinguishably masculine nor feminine. Based on this all, it seems like the word androgynous can involve gender identity, but it doesn't always. Since James has made his gender identity clear and says that he proudly identifies as a boy,
so I identify as a boy,
we can take that element out of the discussion. There is a discussion to be had here about androgyny in someone's personality, and James talks about that as well in the Nikita Dragon video, but I feel like that's a whole other discussion. James specifically uses the word androgynous to describe his appearance. So let's put aside the personality element of it and just focus on the appearance element of it. I think that there are times that James dresses in an androgynous style. However, I think there are other times that he cross-dresses, and I think that's an important distinction to make. From what I've read, the term cross-dressing in and of itself is not offensive when it is used properly. However, it is offensive to say that a trans person is cross-dressing, especially if you are saying that in order to invalidate their gender identity. Cross-dressing is not the same as being trans because cross-dressing is merely a change of appearance, while being trans is a change of identity. The term cross-dressing is very old, and as I say it, it feels problematic. So please tell me if there's a more updated word that I should be saying instead. I'm not the expert here, tell me. Basically, cross-dressing, or whatever the better term is the action of dressing as a different gender from your own. For example, a male who cross-dresses might wear a skirt and stiletto heels because, at least in Western culture, these are signifiers of the female gender. Cross-dressing also is not linked to anybody's gender identity or sexual orientation. Basically, anybody can cross-dress, and it doesn't mean that who they are and their identity has changed in any way. I also want to point out that cross-dressing is different from drag. The main difference is that drag is done as performance art, and it's specifically meant for a stage environment or another performance environment, which is why it tends to be a bit more flashy and glam and exaggerated. Whereas cross-dressing is meant for day-to-day life and worn in more common environments, like at work or the grocery store. One could argue that cross-dressing for a YouTube video or an Instagram photo turns it into drag because it is specifically done for an online audience. But I can't take the time right now to delve into the nuances of it. I will leave that for you to do in the comments. Most importantly, I'm not part of this community and I don't really know, so please speak up if you're in the comments. I'm there to listen. Based on my research, people seem to cross-dress for a variety of reasons, including as a form of self-expression, as a fun hobby, as a part of your job, like somebody brought up the example of if you're like an undercover detective, as part of a fetish, and more. And to be honest, there's not really anything inherently wrong or bad about cross-dressing, as long as you're not equivalating it with somebody being trans. They're not the same. If anyone gets harmed by cross-dressing, it's usually the cross-dresser who has to deal with other people judging or harassing them. The reason I bring up cross-dressing is because it's important to distinguish the difference between an androgynous style and cross-dressing. So let's talk about that. While cross-dressing is all about temporarily dressing as another gender, androgyny rejects the idea of gendered clothing altogether.
I got to the age where it just clicked on, hey, life is short, you know, buy the damn shoes. I'm Mark Bryan, I'm 61 years old, from Dallas, Texas, and I'm a man wearing heels. Rihanna, she follows me on my Instagram account. I'm not sure why she follows me. I'm just a robotic engineer. I'm just a football coach. I'm just a straight man that just wants to wear a skirt and high heels. To me, they're not gendered. I should be able to wear them. 95% of people think I'm homosexual, but I really don't care what people think. Don't automatically judge a person's sexual orientation by what they're wearing. My family, they're just proud of what I'm doing 100%. I have a good sense of balance and, fairly strong leg muscles. I look nice. I don't change if I'm wearing pants. I'm still the same father, still the same husband. I'm still the same person.
Androgynous fashion tends to refer to gender-neutral clothing that anybody could wear. In a Western world where clothing is made and marketed for two very stereotyped genders, androgynous fashion is neither and both. It belongs to neither side of the gender binary because it involves elements of both sides. In my opinion, the most signifying elements of androgynous style are the fabrics and silhouette of an outfit, because these are the most gendered elements of fashion, in my opinion, besides shoes, but that's a whole other conversation. With Western fashion being built by men to appeal to the male gaze, meaning cis straight males, women have always been dressed more for appearance than for function. For centuries, we've mainly been offered much more form-fitting, skin-revealing outfits than men. Even in the hoop-skirt days, when nary a hip was in sight, women were still wearing waist-cinching, boob-boosting corsets. Meanwhile, in more recent centuries, men's clothing is much more focused on function than appearance. Silhouettes designed for men are more angular and structured, with broad shoulders and stiff fabrics that project strength and authority. Their clothes are built for practicality, with durable, washable fabrics and... what's that? Large, usable pockets? These clothes aren't as flashy or pretty or interesting to look at, but they're also not meant to be. In this traditional dichotomy of Western apparel built by men for men, no one is looking at him. The woman is looked at, and the man is the onlooker. However, androgynous fashion questions all of that genderization of clothing. By creating outfits and pieces that pair up traditionally masculine elements with traditionally feminine elements, it asks, why are broad shoulders a specifically male thing? Why are cutouts a specifically female thing? Why can't a woman wear a loose-fitting silhouette without being seen as sloppy? Why can't men wear sheer fabrics like lace or mesh without being stereotyped as gay? It also questions the relationship between our clothing and our Western worldview. For example, men have a long history of wearing robes in a variety of cultures all over the world. But you know what a robe is? It's a dress under a different societally accepted name. Even the names of clothing items are gendered, and it's so ingrained in us. Like, you have to call a dress a robe for a man to feel comfortable wearing it. But let's be real. If you're okay with a man wearing a robe, you're okay with them wearing a dress. You just don't like the word dress and all the feminine connotations that come along with it. And why is that? Because in the patriarchy we live under, internalized misogyny has taught us that being female is the same as being lesser. But that's a whole different conversation, and I need to reel it back in. Anyway, as you can see, cross-dressing is a temporary change of gender presentation, while androgynous fashion rejects the gender element entirely. Now, getting back to James Charles, in my opinion, James dresses on a wide spectrum of different fashion styles. Some of his looks are completely traditionally male, some are androgynous, and some are cross-dressing. I honestly love that he does this, and this is one of the few ways in which I think he can be a really positive role model for his child fan base, because I think it's a good thing for kids to be able to dress however they want without carrying a bunch of those societal connotations on their back when they do. They can also learn from James that there's a difference between cross-dressing and being trans. It's a great way to learn about the nuance of this topic, if James could use his platform to discuss these issues in a responsible way. But of course, he can't, which leads us back to the catfishing issue. As a reminder, people were alleging that James was catfishing as a woman on different dating apps, at least Tinder and Bumble. And two different people who went to high school with James claimed that he catfished their whole soccer team to get pics back when he was in school. In both categories of cases, James used photos of himself cross-dressing as female. As for the story from high school, I don't think that James has ever responded to it or confirmed or denied it in any way. But since 2 separate witnesses have spoken up about it, I am inclined more to believe it than to not believe that story. I have a hard time with harshly judging the actions of a minor, even the actions of James Charles as a minor, but I don't think you have to be an adult to know that that's very sketchy and wrong. None of the guys that he allegedly catfished have spoken out about this either, and as Spill says in their video, there are a variety of reasons why that could be. Moral of the story, if it's true, in my opinion, James was misusing, at the very least, and weaponizing at the most, the pictures of himself cross-dressing to manipulate other people to get what he wanted from them, in this case, dick pics. First of all, massive boundary pushing. And secondly, such clear, dangerous entitlement tactics. This was before he had his massive platform, although he did grow it during his final year of high school, I think. The year that he did this was not specified by the people who came forward, so we can disregard the power dynamics and the Hannah Montana stuff in terms of his different patterns of behavior. But we can definitely acknowledge that that high school example is an example of pushing boundaries massively and a questionable definition of sexual experimentation. You can't experiment with somebody who is unaware that they're experimenting. It's real bad. There's also a part of me that wonders about it being solicitation of CP because he was a minor at the time. Is it the same type of thing or is it seen differently by the law? I'm not really sure. Either way, not good. But let's move on to the stuff that he did as an adult. As for the claims about the dating apps, James addressed this with some tweets where he said that when he made his profile, he identified himself as androgynous, someone who expresses themselves in both feminine and masculine ways, not a female to quote-unquote trick anyone. To me, it seems that this 2019 tweet from James, which came in response to him being found on Tinder as a female, is implying that he's not in control of who his profile is shown to. Like, at the end of the day, he's still gay, and just because he says he's androgynous does not mean that he's looking for straight men. But then this issue came up again in 2021, when his Bumble profile was recommended to a male user whose settings were such that they should only be recommended women. So, like, what's up with that? I was curious about this, so meticulous bitch that I am, I fact-checked it, I tried it myself, and I'll insert a video here. I downloaded Bumble, I set up a fake profile. I learned that your profile's gender is selected early on in the setup process, you have an impressive number of gender options to choose from, and you can decide whether or not it's displayed on your profile. Looking back at the Bumble profile in question, I don't see the word androgynous displayed anywhere, and I can't help but wonder why. Who your profile is shown to is selected separately, not a default depending on the gender that you choose. Each one is an independent choice that you have to make. They are not related to each other. And when you're choosing the people you're shown to, you can only choose either people who are seeking men or people who are seeking women. There's no option to be shown to both. Similarly, when choosing which profiles are shown to you, you can only select one of 3 options, being interested in men, women, or everyone. For example, in my test profile, because I had said I should be shown to people looking for women, and I said that I was interested in men, it clarified at the bottom that they would only show me to men interested in women. They get very specific and very explicit about this, and I can confirm that I was indeed only shown men. Moral of the story is, if a man who was looking for women saw James's profile come up, it was because James had set his profile to be seen by people looking for women. Allegedly, in my opinion, but also look at the settings. That's the only way it can work on Bumble. So, that's just a really sketchy thing to lie about, especially after 2019 and the whole I like straight guys thing. Let me also remind you all of the footage I showed you earlier on, this collab video with Tana Mojo, where we literally have video proof of James in March of 2019 as an adult saying that he's cross-dressing to flirt with a straight guy on Tinder.
We're about to start filming and James goes, should I put on a wig to Snapchat that guy? And it's literally choosing a wig.
Ooh. That's
good.
Everything.
No, it's good.
I'm so professional.
This frustrates me a lot. Cross-dressing has a really negative connotation around it, grounded in the fear of somebody doing something like exactly what James is doing here. Cross-dressing can be a really beautiful form of self-expression and a way for people to figure out their identity and their interests. And I think it's a good idea to reduce the stigma around it. But when we see somebody with such a large platform, with kids who look up to him, using cross-dressing as a manipulative tactic for an ulterior motive, basically tricking straight guys to try to get what he wants from them, it is disrespectful of people's boundaries, it is manipulative, it is selfish, it is disappointing, and it sets everybody back. Especially when, in the Tana clip, James waited until somebody put up the boundary of saying that they were straight before pulling the wig out. That's when it crosses into manipulation, complete disrespect, irresponsibility, weaponizing your cross-dressing to get what you want from somebody else. It is shameful, it is a bad example for your child audience, and it is giving an entire community of well-meaning people a bad name. James has a perfect chance to be an agent of positive change, but instead, we are seeing him adding to unfounded stigma and using his talents and his enjoyment of cross-dressing as a manipulation tactic, and that is simply unacceptable. So, based on all of the many allegations and evidence that we've just reviewed, I don't think that James learned a damn thing from 2019. He kept doing all the same shit. He just took it offline. He kept it private. And we didn't know about it. How could we? And then in 2021, when he was rightfully chased off the internet and left for a 3-month break, he returned on July 2nd with the worst, most manipulative, gaslighting comeback video that I've ever seen. And I do feel comfortable saying that it's gaslighting. I know that gaslighting is a complicated term, but at least in the colloquial sense, it was gaslighting because he had the gall to say things like,
I spent 2 years, changing my behavior, changing the way that I went about dating and flirting with guys. Now, 2 years later, that this is happening again, even though the situations are not connected, even though it's a different thing, it really looks as though I have made no progress, I haven't listened, I haven't learned, and that sucks so much.
I'm going to discuss this video and open conversation in my next and final video in this series. Because just like there are patterns in James's actions, there are also patterns in his apologies, in the ways that he talks about his actions that have convinced me we should never trust that he's going to change. Not while he has his platform anyway. That brings us to one of the promises that James made in an open conversation, his July 2021 comeback video. He said that he had grown and changed and learned from all of his wrongs, but he made the point that as much as he can talk about it, he needed to prove it over time, and he promised us that he would.
I want to be held accountable for what I did do, and all I can hope is that whether it be, weeks, months, years down the line, I'm able to showcase my growth in the person that I really, really am. All I can hope is that there will always be people out there who are willing to let other human beings learn and grow from their mistakes, and I just really look forward to hopefully showing that in the future. I'm working a lot on myself and making a lot of changes to make sure that this never, ever happens again in the future, and I really, really hope to be able to show that to you guys if you choose to stick around for that journey.
So that was in July of 2021. For about 5 months, it really seemed like James was on the right track. We didn't hear anything about any scandals, certainly not any dating life scandals, personal scandals, sexual allegations. It seemed like he had finally made the changes that he had promised us. He was making very innocuous videos, staying in his lane, staying quiet, and for a second it felt like James Charles was done. And we could all finally take a breath and move on from him. It seemed like maybe he really had learned his lesson. Until, in December of 2021, the most underreported story about James Charles came out, the Ricky Murda story. This is the story that angered me so much that I made this godforsaken 3-part series on James Charles. We skimmed over this story in the last video, but now we're going to review this entire story in detail. Because in my opinion, this story is basically all the proof that we have and all the proof that we need of how James is acting now. After making all of those promises to change, has he changed? We're about to find out. This is the last leg of today's journey. We can do it. Let's get into it. Part 5. Ricky Murda. So first of all, this story happened and came out in December of 2021, which was, let's count it, July to August, September, October, November, December. 5 months after James promised he would change and show the change to us over time. I would say this counts as over time. For a little bit of background, Ricky Murda is a TikToker that James Charles DM'd in December of 21 when Ricky had just turned 18. Some might call him barely legal. Ricky didn't respond to James's DM, so what does James do? DMs him again on a different platform. So before we even start the video, we're pushing boundaries. He didn't want to talk to you, Jimmy. From there, chaos ensues. So let's get into the video. There's a lot packed into this video, so I'm just gonna go point by point to describe it to you.
Homie must have seen my Twitter.
James DMs him on Instagram. It stays as a message request. James says, "What's your snap?" We all know what James does on Snapchat.
So this is the last video I'm gonna make about this. I just want to clear the air for anybody that has questions. So James Charles DM me. He asked for my Snapchat. I didn't reply. I didn't say a thing. The next day I noticed that he unsent the DM and he blocked me. I'm like, okay, that's cool, whatever. I thought it was funny that he asked for my Snapchat, so I said I'm gonna make a little funny video out of it. You know, it wasn't that deep.
So Ricky Murda posts this TikTok because he thinks it's funny that James reached out to him. Great. James must have seen it because he, again, DMs Ricky Murda on Instagram showing himself taking a picture of another phone where he had been explicitly messaging photos with another guy. And his message to Ricky Murda was, and I quote, "It would be a real shame if I duetted your TikTok with these," smiley face. So let's call this deliberate use of his power dynamic.
So then I guess he unblocks me and he sends me those text messages basically trying to blackmail me, you know?
It just feels like an overreaction because even if this was Ricky that James had been talking to, and we're about to find out it was not, but we'll get there. Ricky just posting a snap saying, haha, look, James Charles messaged me. It's not the end of the world. I have to call Hannah Montana because, again, privately messaging people as this 20+ million followed and subscribed dude. Like, he wants to message random people asking for their snap after going through a scandal where everybody knows that's where he does his sending and receiving dick pics. He's not asking for ID. He's not going through the process that he said he was going to start going through to verify everybody that he's trying to reach out to. He's not reaching out to another like high profile celebrity that's on his same status. 5 months after admitting to his Hannah Montana problem, he wants to continue doing that and not expect them to react the way one would react to a celebrity DMing them, which is like, oh my God, how cool, this celebrity found me and thinks I'm hot. I didn't come up with the Hannah Montana name. He said, oh, I thought I could live this Hannah Montana life, and I'm realizing I can't. Well, you're still trying to, Jimmy. When James sent that blackmailing message, allegedly, in my opinion, it was still a message request. It was not accepted. James messaged Ricky, asking for his snap. Ricky never responded. So James went searching somewhere else to try to find a way to contact this guy, pushing boundaries. He didn't send you his snap. Leave him alone. As it turns out, what James ended up finding was not Ricky's real account, but some kind of fan account or Catfish or somebody else who had a name remotely similar to Ricky's username. You would have known that it was fake if he had responded to you, but he didn't because he didn't want to talk to you, James. So James started sending photos with person number 3, Catfish, over here. And then when Ricky posted his, isn't it funny? James Charles messaged me. He was completely unaware of this other conversation James was having over here with a Catfish. That's when James unblocked him and DM'd him. That's where he got the photos that he was sending saying, what did he say? Like, basically, you know, you don't want me to duet your TikTok with these photos. Basically as like proof that James was actually talking to him. Like, I don't know what James was trying to prove. What was the goal there, James? What discrediting went on that you needed to prove wrong? I don't understand. So from Ricky's point of view, James is coming at him with this whole other conversation that Ricky wasn't even part of. It was this catfish that James was talking to because he's not careful. He's not verifying ID. He's not doing all the things that he said that he would do. So that's why Ricky's going through this description of,
First off, homie, I have tattoos on both of my hands. If that was me in those pictures, you would be able to see my tattoos. And second, mine don't look like that, you feel me? That's not mine, dog. 3, if I had added you on Snapchat, that would have meant that at some point, I would have accepted your DM and gave you my Snapchat. So why is your DM still in my request? Why didn't it go straight through? That's because I never answered you.
okay, do we see? I know that James's big line from his first apology video for this 2021 situation was coming to the realization that he's desperate, and that's what's fueling his bad behavior. I think it's that you just don't like to be told no. You can't take no for an answer, James. That's the problem. You have to push people's boundaries until they give you what you want. Leave people alone when they say no, James. And not responding is a no. Anything other than a clear yes is a no. Let's keep going.
I know I said I wasn't going to post anymore, but this is where I'm going to really end it right here.
James DM'd him on Instagram after Ricky posted this TikTok to explain himself.
So James DM'd me and said that someone sent him my Snapchat. So he didn't even get my Snapchat for me, right?
I just want to read some of this DM from James. Someone DM'd me your snap, so I added the account, quote, Rick Murda, spelled RICKMURDAA. That comes into play. And I also asked you there for you to take it down. The original TikTok that Ricky had posted about James DMing him on Instagram asking for a snap. When that Snapchat account started getting flirty with me, I used my friend's phone to take photos of the screen because I knew you wouldn't want people seeing that. So he's willing to release people's nudes to prove them wrong. He's willing to release people's nudes, people's dick pics, to get them to take down a very mild TikTok. All the guy's TikTok said was, LOL, James asked me for my Snapchat. If anything, it's a flex on how hot he is. It's not against James. And you're willing to release somebody's nudes. You're willing to duet somebody's TikTok with their dick pic. Someone who just turned 18. You just... I get used constantly by straight men that are attracted to me behind the scenes, but want to use me for clout in public, so I assumed you were doing the same thing, and that's why I DM'd you the screenshots, which once again I thought were real, hoping you'd delete your video about me. Either you sent me a fake dick pic, which I'll admit is pretty smart, or someone made a fake Snapchat account using your name to catfish people. If that is the case, then that's genuinely my bad, because you're right about the hand tattoos, and you have a catfish on your hands. So James is admitting and acknowledging that he's right. These pictures are not from Ricky.
So James DM'd me and said that someone sent him my Snapchat. So he didn't even get my Snapchat for me, right? On top of that, he added Rick Murda. My Snapchat has been in my highlights since 3 weeks ago, and I always post my Snapchat in my highlights since 2020. I always update it. My Snapchat is Ricky Murda, not Rick Murda. He even said I'm right about the hand tattoos. I told y'all, man. And to finish this off for real, he even said, everyone's on your side now, so you win. So yeah.
James says, I don't want any drama. I sent them to you hoping you'd delete the video, but now you've posted them and everyone's on your side anyway, so you win. Win what? James, this was not a fight. You turned it into something that it didn't need to be. You're going around DMing random people who are also influencers. And after everything you've been through, you genuinely don't think that someone is going to say, hey, look, James Charles DM'd me asking for my snap. That's kind of cool. Like, the extent, the overreaction of this response, it wasn't even like some private conversation that you had with Ricky Murda that he then leaked. He didn't even accept your request. The overreaction on your part of like just, how dare you show people the very innocuous text that I sent you. I'm going to release your dick pics unless you take it down. Holy fuck. This is why I think that there might be more stuff going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. Because apparently, James either is willing to or is blackmailing people to get them to stay silent about the messages he is sending them. And that is so fucking wrong. And it's so significant of absolutely zero change. Leave people alone, James Charles. That's the whole story there, and we see another example of James being disrespectful of people's boundaries by being willing to release intimate photos just to get somebody who just turned 18 to take down TikTok where you essentially complimented them by asking for their Snapchat. Moral of the story, the two are not the same. James recklessly DMing strangers and then getting surprised when they post a TikTok just saying, hey look, it's funny that James Charles messaged me. That is on such a lower level than the level of James's response. He didn't even show an in-depth conversation that they had. He didn't release any of James's intimate photos. Like, to see James overreact is one thing. If he had sent Ricky a really angry text message, that would have been one thing. But the threat to release his intimate photos as like the first thing you go to? He's so traumatized by this idea of people using him for clout. And I don't doubt that it must happen in some way, but I don't know who those people are, so they must not be getting that much clout off of James's name. So frankly, I don't know what James is so pissed about. It is never okay to release somebody else's nudes to get back at them. It sounds a lot to me like revenge porn. And sending this message to Ricky, whether or not Ricky was the one messaging him, it sounds to me, in my humble opinion, like James trying to blackmail this man, in a legal term, I think that's called extortion, by using a threat of revenge porn. And both extortion and revenge porn are illegal. In my humble opinion, James is threatening crimes against people. If they go so far as to show people the careless mistake that James made. He is the one who didn't ask for ID, didn't talk to this person, just messaged asking for a snap. He is the one who went searching the internet to find this person, ended up in a conversation with the wrong person. That's James's fault. He is the one who turned this into a fight that Ricky is winning. And rather than taking responsibility for that, he is threatening crimes. That is so unacceptable to me. And the reason that this made me so angry is because not only is it an example of all of the things that he's not supposed to be doing, him continuing these patterns of behavior that he said he was working with people to stop. Not only is it that, but it's also evidence of him going a step farther, being even worse, doing illegal shit, potentially, allegedly. And the problem is, we only have this one example. If James is out there trying to silence people the way that he tried to silence Ricky Murda, could there be more? That is the immediate next question that I have. What other victims of James Charles are out there, if any, that were silenced by similar threats to release their nudes or release their intimate photos, release their texts if they didn't shut up? James is so... he feels so entitled to controlling the narrative around him, to never having anyone say a negative word about him, to the ability to fuck up and message people and manipulate people and do all of these patterns of behavior that we've seen with him. He wants to be able to do all that shit, but at the same time, if somebody else should talk about it, they're the problem, he's the victim, they're using him for clout. And to that I say, no, you ass. This was the straw that broke this camel's back when you, as one of the most powerful influencers in this industry, start threatening crimes against other people because of your mistakes. That's the line that James crossed for me. I didn't like him before this, but I felt like everything that had come out up until the Ricky Murda story had been thoroughly covered by other people. He had been thoroughly called out, thoroughly canceled, thoroughly held accountable for his shit. And he was sitting over in his corner behaving. I didn't like the fact that he was back. I thought he should have been deplatformed back in March and April when all of this stuff came out. I thought that should have been the end of his career. But I had accepted the fact that, well, he's back. The only people who can pursue legal action against him are the alleged victims. Until that day comes, I don't think there's anything that I can necessarily do, especially if currently he's behaving himself. That was my mindset until I saw this, especially when I saw the underreporting of this story. I am shocked and appalled to this day that this story has not gotten 100 times the coverage. If this is true, if these screenshots are not altered, if what I've read from the page, and if Ricky's testimony is accurate, James is threatening crimes against individuals because of his alleged mistakes, him not following through on the changes he said he would make, him being careless and trying to talk to whoever he wants to, regardless of whether or not they want to talk to him, because he feels entitled to any man's attention, in my opinion. And if this is the extent that James is truly willing to go to extort people, to cover up for his dumb fuckery, he has got to be deplatformed. He has got to be removed. Because that lesson, like every other lesson, not only is it a lesson that he is not going to learn while he has his platform, it is also a whole new level of bad. This was not an issue in 2019. It's a new issue that's popped up, and holy shit, we need to smush this now, since he seems so unable or unwilling to change the problems that he's had since before 2019. I don't trust him to change it himself and fix it himself, especially while he has a platform. I am a believer in radical change because I am the product of radical change. I believe that he can change as a person, but based on the last 5 years, I have no hope that that will happen while he has his platform, and he has got to go. Which leads me to my conclusion.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this is why. This is why James Charles needs to be deplatformed. So for everybody who was wondering why, in the middle of 2022, I'm making this gigantic video about James Charles, or my whole series on James, to be honest, or why James is even relevant anymore, or for the people who, in my opinion, probably are James stans, who are commenting on my last video saying that I'm just jealous. I'm going to give you a little bit of grace right now and hope that you were just referring to the issues from that last video, those public scandals, which, sure, they were bad, and he was being an asshole and a douchebag. But based on just those things, some people, not everybody, not myself, but some people might think he didn't deserve to be canceled over those things. I'm going to assume that that's what you were talking about, because if you can genuinely look at this list of shit and remain a fan of James Charles, you've got to be joking, you've got to be lying, or you've got to be beyond help. James doesn't bring anything to this community that is not brought by thousands of other creators. There is no reason that he personally needs to stay on this platform, and there are many reasons why he personally needs to leave social media. James has one of the largest audiences on social media, and it is a mostly child audience. To this day, not only does he refuse to take responsibility for his role in all of these different situations, he goes a step further and turns it around and twists it so that he becomes the victim in those situations and convinces his fans that he is somehow the victim. Not only does he refuse to be responsible with his massive platform that he has been so blessed with, he goes a step further and turns it around to weaponize against individuals in his audience. His platform is his main weapon, his best defense, his strongest armor that enables him to do all of this dangerously entitled shit, hurting other people just to get what he wants. Due to his platform, not only can he do it, he can also play the victim when he's called out for it and end up getting away with it. If the allegations against him are true, and there is evidence to indicate that they are true, then even after being directly, publicly warned by a trusted friend in 2019 about the dangers of his behavior, he is still reaching out and using his power, money, and fame to get men to act sexually in his favor. I can only imagine, based on this situation, even to the extent of threatening or committing crimes against them, in my opinion. And again, even after taking a hiatus in 2021 and promising he was working with professionals and changing, when he came back claiming that now he'd had all these brain blast breakthroughs and he understood power imbalances and he understood the Hannah Montana lifestyle he was trying to live, even then, he is still doing this shit, at least at the end of 2021, possibly other stories we haven't heard about, because apparently James likes to silence people. This episode of my series is part 2 of the last episode, part 1, and both of them have to do with James's dangerous entitlement. Again, according to all the stories that we've looked at in the past 2 videos, James seems perfectly willing to hurt other people to get what he wants, which is my definition of dangerous entitlement. Based on how recent this situation with Ricky Murda is, in my opinion, James is still a real and present danger to his audience members, especially boys. Based on the past 5 years of manipulative patterns of behavior, refusal to grow and change, and empty apologies, which we will discuss in the next and final episode of this series, I believe thoroughly that James will not stop this bad behavior of his own accord. I believe it is possible for him to change eventually if he puts in a lot of work, but the last 5 years have shown us that he will not change while he has this platform. He needs to be stopped by someone else. He needs to have his power removed from him. He needs to be deplatformed.
And that's the moral of this big long story, isn't it? But it's not exactly the easiest note to end on. So to ease us out of the intense part of the video, and into our calm, cool, and collected outro, I present to you the slightly ASMR saga of Dixie and the bag on the shelf.
I've been trying this whole video to hide that messy shelf from you. Are you okay, baby girl? Hi. Hi. You happy? Thank you very much for watching this incredibly long video. I hope you can see why it took me so darn long to make it and get it published. On top of dealing with some stuff in my personal life, I just really needed to do it right if I was going to do it. And the topic became a lot more voluminous than I expected it to. There was a lot of things that needed to be explored and explained and dissected. And it was like, well, either I don't take the time to do that, or I live up to my meticulous bitch title and I do it. So I did. I have one more video coming in this series, and I promise you it will be shorter. It will probably be the shortest video in this series. I want to promise you that I'll get to that soon. But every video that I make takes me way longer than I think it's going to. So you really need to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay informed about when this video comes out, part 3. After this series is over, I promise you, I will be moving into some lighter content, or at least stuff that I can do in shorter videos, because I can't keep doing this to myself or you guys, just unloading these big, long, emotional videos and taking such a long time away, because I really like interacting with you guys. So posting videos more frequently is a much better way to do that. So moving further into the summer, July and later, expect some more lighthearted content, or at least shorter videos that are easier to digest, easier for me to make, more content. Yay! Anyway, I hope you like this video. Please subscribe with notifications and comment all your thoughts below. I am really, really interested and excited to read them. I'm also fairly certain that this video will get demonetized. May I recommend checking out my Patreon? Tiers start at $1 per month, and starting at that tier, you get early access to my YouTube videos and once a month patron-only live, and other benefits come with higher tiers as well. It's just a way to support me and help keep my boat afloat, especially when I have big, long videos like this that take me 2 months or more to put together. And by the way, thank you so much to all of my new patrons who have joined since my last video when I first announced it and set it up. Speaking of patrons, it is time to do my end credits where I scroll my $10 tier and upward patrons. So let's get to that. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'll see you all again relatively soon, if not with another video, then with a live stream, because I really like streaming. Every now and then I pop on Twitch, so maybe check that out if you want to watch me play Roller Coaster Tycoon. Anyway, I've got to go. Thank you again so much for watching this video. Peace be with you, always. Bye. All right, friends. Oh, please. Also, James. Bye. Okay. As I keep alluding to, get saying some rather disturbing things. Oh my fuck. Are you fucking joking me? Shit. Okay. Baby! The plumber's coming tonight after all! I'm gonna keep filming because I cannot put this off any longer. So that's happening somewhere else. Oh, could you stop it? Could you? And sending this message to Ricky, whether or not he was the one that James was talking to, blackmailing.
Stop it.
You know, that's up to them to do. Stop it. Alright, I'm done with this shit. I'm turning off my camera.